Piękny moment, sami Państwo widzą, to właśnie nasza konferencja.
Good morning, a wonderful moment. As you can see, we are starting the second day of the conference, Satellite Technologies and Crisis Management. Who of you was here yesterday with us? Who of you had time to do some sightseeing in Gdańsk? How many of you are going to present today? Quite a few. Well then, welcome to all of you on behalf of the Polish Space Agency. I'm very happy to see you here, and ahead of us many interesting meetings, but we'll start with the President of the Polish Space Agency, Mr. Grzegorz Wrochna. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second day of the conference. I've already said a few words about our agency yesterday when I was opening our meeting, but today I'd like to expand on that, tell a little bit more about what we're doing today for the national administration, for the entire society as well, and also tell you a bit about our plans. However, let me start with what is the space sector in Poland. In 1973, we've already sent the first Polish measuring instrument into orbit. It was part of the Interkosmos program. In 1978, the first Pole flew to space, General Hermaszewski, our first astronaut. But the first era, the new era of the Polish space started in 2012, when we had two very important events. The first Polish satellite was sent to space from the center of the Polish Academy of Sciences, and its first scientific research satellite. In 2012, we've joined the European Space Agency, USA. 2 years later, Polsa was established, the Polish Space Agency. So it is our 10th anniversary this year. And thank you very much. However, the agency wouldn't be needed if we didn't have a space sector. And that space sector is about 400 companies. At least that's what the database tells us. Over 150 companies already signed contracts with ESA. We don't have great champions here. We have rather companies which qualified as SMEs, but we do have a lot of academies, scientific institutions, and in fact, our space sector grew on the basis of the academia of these institutions. All in all, we've counted that in these companies, in scientific institutions, we have 12,000 employees. It's quite sizable. Our strengths, that's such high innovation, high level of innovation. It's a very well qualified workforce, and we have a very proactive attitude. Well, perhaps our weak point is the fact that we don't have much of flight space heritage, don't have that much experience, and so far we've had a rather low level of investment of public money. This is changing right now quite intensively. We are witnessing it, and we are very happy to see it. Chances, opportunities include the National Space Program, works on which have been continuing for a while, and hopefully it will reach fruition quite soon, and it will be a positive impulse. Of course, threats include competition from big European companies, the well-established players from Europe, from North America. So that's a bit of a SWOT analysis. Now, what should the agency do? What should our country do in this situation? Of course, we could try to catch up, but we would always be behind if we were to do it this way. Rather, we should find a shortcut. We should attempt a quantum jump into the future. It was possible to do it in Poland in the banking sector. Before, we didn't have any sort of tellers, we didn't have checks, but right away we jumped into internet banking. Everybody can play by phone, even in local shops. In IT and cell phones, we did make some jumps. I do hope that in space technology we can do something similar. A chance to do that, an opportunity to do that is high increase in the applications of space technologies. Of course, we heard about it yesterday. One of them is navigation. Navigation means distribution of time for key systems, telecommunications, monitoring, observation of everything, observation of everything, every time, everywhere, as it sounds in English. Let's notice that the space sector all over the world and in Poland as well, it's in a similar situation as internet was in the 1990s. Even a few years before, it seemed that large computers won't be needed by anybody, only the scientific researchers, scientists will use them. But today, if you were to ask a question, where do we use internet? Where do we use internet technology? Then you might, just nod your head because it's everywhere. Also, today asking a question where we use space technologies is justified. I can give you a whole list of applications, but I think that in a few years, the question where space technologies are used is going to be equally senseless as the question about internet technologies or IT today. Now, we have to take a different look, a different perspective when we think of space. We have to see it as a place of conducting economic activity. We have to look at the satellites as infrastructure which is as essential to our development as highways, as airports, as high voltage lines, as fiber optic lines, etc. It's part of our infrastructure, technical infrastructure. Of course, we've already said a lot about applications, so I'll just move on to the next slide because I'm sure you're already well familiar with that list. But I can say that today we are witnessing a huge breakthrough in the world. We see the phenomenon called Space 4.0 or the new space. It's characterized by the fact that it's not just a large agency of powerful countries can do something in that sector, in the space sector, but rather large private money, private capital has been invested, and private companies are developing their own plans. That's Space 4.0. What we have to do in this context is take one more step forward. That's Space 5.0. Let's call it this way. What I mean here is that we should create an environment in which this cooperation between public and private entities is going to be very strong, that it's going to be one shared ecosystem. And generally, the development of the space sector has a new goal, and the goal is to build, to create the infrastructure which is to satisfy the needs of modern society. And if we do have this new task, then obviously that means also a new role for space agencies. We don't have to, as it used to be in the past, as NASA or as Roscosmos did, we don't have to build everything from ground up. We don't have to do it on our own. We don't have to build launch bases, cosmodromes, rockets, etc., all those applications, all those uses. Today, the role of the agency is to integrate in a number of dimensions. First of all, we have to recognize the needs of the government administration, of other sectors of the society. Secondly, we have to know what is possible thanks to the development of technology. And we have to encourage and make it possible for the industry to use these scientific results, these new technologies, to satisfy the needs of society. of the institutions. The second point is creating a critical mass necessary to carry out big projects, huge projects. As I said, we mostly have SMEs. None of them are able to individually build, such as I said, as NASA or Roscosmos can't build vertically an entire space program. So for large projects, we need to create consortia where we will have various companies, various players. And the third dimensions of this integration, the third task of the Polish Space Agency is assisting companies, which very often are startups. We have great students which in student clubs build rockets, autonomous vehicles. After they graduate, they very often start their own companies, and our task is to support these companies so they can develop from that sort of newborn stage to adulthood, to large projects, so they can actually work within the context of USA as well. But it's more easily said than done, obviously, because along with the development of the space sector, we have an increasing number of challenges as well. I've grouped them into three categories. First of all, there is a need to create new laws, new regulations, and we are not just talking about space regulation, space law, about the Act on Economic Activity. Right now, the ministry is working on a draft which we have prepared for the ministry. Hopefully, this Polish space legislation is going to be passed. At the same time, the European Commission is working on the EU space legislation, and I think this will be a task for our presidency next year to work intensively on that project. But we already know that legislation we are working on is just the beginning, because we already have to consider how to deal with the crowded traffic on the orbit, that is how to manage the space traffic management, so something we already do when it comes to airplanes and ground control and air control. We have to also regulate the questions of using natural resources from the moon, from other planets. Poland is very active in Artemis Accords group of signatories, where we've actually applied for we put a motion to create a base of data where missions to moon, which are planned by many countries, where these missions will place information about their plans. So it's not that missions of two countries are now collide because they didn't know about each other. So we are working on it together with NASA and with other countries which signed Artemis Accords. The question of insurance. Of course, insuring space flights is very expensive, and our small companies very often can't afford such protection. We are working on it as well. And human behavior in space. More and more people stay in space for longer periods of time. Thank God we haven't had any crimes in space yet, but for example, in Arctic bases in Antarctica or Arctic, we've already had such criminal behavior take place. So we have to think about how to regulate such things. After all, we're just people, and sometimes in these very challenging conditions, people simply they snap, and bad things can happen. And second group of problems is creating a market. Since we are leaving the time of the domination of huge corporations, we have to create a market, create a new market. And here we have a whole number of dilemmas. The question of private money versus public money, big corporations versus small companies, national priorities versus international priorities. These are the dilemmas we deal with. And what's the biggest problem of our companies? That is workforce, qualified workforce. We have great academia, great universities, institutions which educate well. But since we've increased our share in the ESA by the factor of 5, then our Workforce reduction increased by a factor of 5, but it's not the case. We should start from very early age. Every child is fascinated by space, etc. But then, of course, the pros of life puts them onto different roads. We organize competitions, my cosmic vacations, even for the youngest kids. We organize various events. Next week, I'll participate in bestowing the name of Stanisław Lem, a well-known Polish science fiction writer, to one of the kindergartens in Warsaw. So we have to take care of the youngest as well, so they perceive space not just something fun, interesting, but also as a vision of their career for the future. This is also connected with the fact that in universities, in higher education, they choose those fields of study which are most needed in the space sector. Of course, we have competition here from other sectors, IT. Of course, a big part of the IT sector is also space sector. Nevertheless, IT companies which process data do require experts everywhere, and we have to face that challenge. These are both local problems in Poland as well as global problems which deal with everybody. That's why we will not better solution here in Poland individually is better than anything else in the world. We have to work together. We have to work collectively. For example, within signatories of accords, we have to create solutions together. And we should take care of 2 points mostly. First of all, to develop these technologies, and that's what we have national programs for. That's what we have international cooperation for. We have organizations as the ESA, as EUSPA. We have the Horizon Europe. We have funds coming from financing agencies, for example, as Polish NCBR. We have private investors, not that many in Europe yet. They're just starting to invest into space agencies. Right now, these are amounts up to 100 million euro. These are not billions as in the States, but already we see the first signs of increasing interests and various forms of public-private partnership. We have to develop that. But in developing these technologies, we also have to take care of not creating chaos. After all, since we don't have one big agency which plans everything from A to Z, but everything is carried out by a number of employees, both public and private, then we have to put some order into it to avoid chaos. But we already do have chaos on orbit. So we really have to start working on trying to regulate it, to work on it in space traffic management, which I already mentioned, that is regulating space flights and so on. We have to work on space legislations, on principles of cooperation on the Moon and other planets, Artemis Accords, which I've mentioned. We also have to think about protecting our planet from such threats as asteroids. We do have problems on Earth, obviously, but we forget also about threats from space, which we shouldn't forget about. That's why we cooperate with the European Space Agency. Polish instruments has already flown on 80 missions of ESA NASA, and right now, currently, we are in 11 missions out of 24 when it comes to ESA. So every second mission, practically speaking, Poland is present. Take a look. We are basically flying to all the planets of the solar space, all the way to Saturn even, and Jupiter. Of course, breakthrough was increasing our contribution. Here you can see various countries, their contribution. The blue is 2021, the purple to 22-24. And as you can see, our country has increased its contribution fivefold. So from the back of the group, we are in the forefront around Belgium, Spain, Switzerland. So we are in very good company. You can see what this money was spent on. Part of it goes to the mandatory contribution proportional to the national budget. We put 250 million to the ESA program. We also ordered ESA supervision on construction of satellites needed for observing the Earth. We already signed a contract with ESA. We are preparing to carry out the first tender here, which should be announced within the next few weeks. Something that is marked here as ISS mission. This is going to be our second human in space. We're sending our astronaut not just to take a look at our planet from space, but to allow Polish companies, Polish national institutions to carry out research in space at the International Space Station. After all, this is a huge laboratory, and we have announced a call for experiments. We've received 66 proposals within a month. Of course, we can only choose about a dozen or so because both space and mass and power is limited, but we are very happy that we have a lot to choose from. We are also sending our employees in training to ESA. We are 20 already went there. We are sending 10 more this year. When we were thinking about what technologies to invest in, it turned out that choosing concrete technology is not the greatest idea, because then 20% of companies will develop and 80% of them will not develop. So we've came to a conclusion that we should look at specific market segments. And as the key, we've chosen our current needs. So that's today the second pillar. These are business opportunities tomorrow, and future is exploration. We've already said quite a bit about them: observation of Earth, telecommunications, etc. So we can see that chances are created with everything that's happening on the orbit, that is observing what's happening on the orbit, warning against possible collisions, accidents, and secondly, repairing satellites in orbit, fueling them, servicing them, sending them to various orbits, because today one rocket carries dozens of satellites very often. So this is an area which is not yet managed by big players, so it's a chance. And also it turned out that in Polish we have a very good biotechnology, and it turned out that our scientists also want to carry out their experiments in space already, because that's unique research environment. We have also scientists who carry astronomical, psychological research. Of course, we cooperate with other agencies, with NASA. Mostly Bill Nelson was in Poland. I had pleasure to sign Artemis Accords with Pamela Roy. We have a picture here from signing agreement with Rwanda and Gdańsk. We've organized workshops here in Gdańsk, our Artemis Accords, the results of which were presented in Baku later. So NASA, JAXA, and Polsata, that is the most important space agencies in the world, as I like to say, were presenting at the time. Speaking about safety on orbit, here you can see our telescopes, which are present on 6 continents, telescopes which belong to Polsa, but we also have telescopes of private institutions, scientific institutions, data of which we sent to the European Consortium, and recently also to American Space Forces as well. What we are doing here in Poland to use the satellite data the most is the National System of Satellite Information, which we've already spoken about today. The system is to create satellite data in the future, Copernicus, commercial data, store them, also create archives, because we want to keep the data from last year's. And most important point is we'll have both computing data and place to store data for companies, for institutions, which will be able to create their applications. We will create such a market. Summing up, if we're asking whether we should invest into space, we get usually an answer that €1 brings 4 times more, but it's associated with the fact that later we find these technologies in our cell phones, etc. When we speak about, however, the multiplication is such that we invest millions and we get millions back because these satellites got millions. But if thanks to that we receive 10 times bigger savings, thanks to, for example, avoiding floods or fire forests, that's billions in the scale of a country of the size of Poland. Let's bear in mind that we are going to assess the impact of our companies into economy. We're going to log this analogy of the space sector, and we compare it with the IT sector. You can't really measure the IT sector with the cost of the providers. That would be funny. Invest millions. Let's invest millions to save billions. Thank you very much. Grzegorz Brochta.
Kto z Państwa chciałby zabrać głos? O, proszę.
Konrad will give you the mic. Maciej Draws, professor of physics, and I'm representing Astronomia Review. Do we know something about those Artemis Accords? What will be the role of Polish Space Agency? Do we have our own niche? We understand that we will not send a man to the moon. Probably there will be an American or a Japanese. But my question is, are there any more information about Polish participation in Artemis Accord? We have a niche there, but we try to push our princess and rule there. The Americans are fully aware that they cannot be independent and they work solely alone. Well, the Chinese have been landed 3 times on the moon, Indians and American private companies. So we have to spread it worldwide. Americans were always self-sufficient. So we had an initiative to create a work group that would include the young, so to say, space states and ensure their participation in Artemis group. We had those workshops in Gdańsk, and we spread into 3 groups, each representing different type of space state: a space power, a space medium involved country, and the beginning space country. So how to organize our participation or our flight to the moon, how to get there and not to enter into fights. So we just wanted to simulate a situation that a country sends its mission to a moon, installs an equipment, and everybody has to know what it is. And so we proposed to create a database for the countries that plan their missions to the moon, and we just proposed a very simple IT tool, and it became a very important political tool. So countries that signed the Artemis Accord would input their data to the database, and the countries that did not sign the Artemis countries, they would not. Or so would we give access to those data to the countries outside of the Artemis Accords? So, well, these were very concrete talks, and until that time, we were just having theoretical talks, and now this is our input of the Artemis Accords initiatives. Well, fantastic. Thank you very much. Give a round of applause to President. Today, at the beginning of our conference, I was talking with Carolina, who is representing the innovation departments of the Pomeranian Voivodeship. So here we'll be talking about strategy of this region. Give a round of applause. Now you gave me this strategic task. This word strategy was mentioned several times. I would like to say that it is very challenging to take the floor after Mr. President, and it's also a great pleasure because he gives good grounds for developing different subjects, and I'm extremely happy to be here because I was always dreaming to fly to the outer space. Here in this scene, I feel like in a spacecraft. So to some extent, my dreams have come true. I was asked at the beginning of this session what I were going to say. So my point is to say that the Pomeranian region, Pomeranian Voivodeship, will play an important part in the developing of space technologies in Poland. And we know that it's a very important industry, important sector. We were talking about strategy, but the people that would like to see a paper that is usually stored on the shelf, it's not what we do. We, in the Pomeranian region, develop programs that are included in the regional strategy that, first of all, takes all the available resources and competencies in the Pomeranian region to develop innovative technologies and most profitable ones at the same time. So the strategy as a document is very general and it's a high-level document, but it shows us that we are taking direction towards smart specializations. And of course, there are some documents that are operative documents, interregional strategic program, for example, that shows exactly that space and satellite technologies are in our interests. What I want to say today that I'm representing the Economic Development Department that is looking for development opportunities for companies that are based in our region. And this is my task. Many presentations yesterday showed that space and satellite technologies create an excellent development potential for companies. I would also emphasize that space is so important because we have foundation for strategic thinking about space. It is scientific potential, for instance. We have a lot of scientific institutions and schools here, like Gdańsk University of Technology, University of Gdańsk, Maritime University of Gdynia, Naval Academy in Gdynia. Those four universities combine their resources to trace a path for development of space and satellite technologies. The presentation we saw yesterday were very inspiring, and they indicate that knowledge is extremely important to develop this sector. So artificial energy, circular economy, green transformation, all those subject lines are the fields for our operation as public institutions. And the companies that work in those sectors sometimes feel very overwhelmed. So we need to educate people to join those companies. Pomerania, what was emphasized by Mr. President yesterday, that is a region that has many recipients of the modern solutions, such as Gdańsk Port Authority, Port of Gdynia Authority, Lech Wałęsa Airport, Maritime Office in Gdynia, all the fleet and then the port facilities are using those space technologies. The ports today have to be ready for anything. These are very difficult times, and those satellite technologies are must have, and they have to be used for strategical operation of the entities such as ports. Polish Space Agency has its headquarters in Gdańsk, and this motivates us to further operations. You heard Mr. President's presentation a while ago, and it is related with what I want to say. We are building an innovative ecosystem in the Pomeranian region because the cooperation is a basis for good business, and it requires mutual understanding, and we follow that path together with different agencies. We co-finance the visits of foreign companies, also from the space sector, and we try to animate the operations of the companies from that sectors. I would like to be more concrete, but I will tell about it in a minute. Also, the green energy is a very important direction for us. We feel very strong in it. I would also like to mention renewable energy sources, agriculture, and there are is a place for the development of two strategic branches. It's offshore wind energy and nuclear energy. And of course, other important activities related with energy storage, hydrogen proposed vehicles, and offshore companies. This is a very risky slide. I'm aware of that. Maybe there are companies in the room, they have the representatives of the companies that are not mentioned here. It's because we do not meet sufficiently often, but we want to recognize your interests and needs. The potential of Pomeranian companies is their support for microwave technologies, antenna technologies, data processing, and satellite navigation, rocket building, rocket fuels, and processing of space debris. I hope that we will have the opportunity to support those companies more, and we want them to be included in global delivery chains. I was asked about the strategy of the region, and as I said in the beginning, we need to prioritize our activities. As a local government, we want to with smart specializations. It is related with, it is a compass for investments in research and development and innovation. because there is a great potential to develop, and those companies are the economy of tomorrow for us. In Pomeranian regions, we have 4 smart specializations: offshore and port technologies, logistic technologies. I'm a coordinator of the Pomeranian offshore platform that gathers more than 140 participants, both international and Polish companies. The second pillar is interactive technologies in information-saturated environment. Here we dedicate a lot of funding, and this part includes space and satellite technologies. We carry out analysis what direction to take with this sector. The strategy considering the satellite and space engineering is related with the building of software, navigation systems, space system management, and there's funding for the development and use of space technology in daily life. We, as a promoter of smart cities, are very interested in dual-use technologies, how to implement the new technologies for the benefit of citizens. And we were talking about use of those technologies in everyday life. This is the path we want to follow. Pomerania is also promoting green energy. We promote eco-efficient technologies and energy-efficient technologies. And the 4th path is common health. And I was really surprised yesterday. I didn't know that satellite and space technologies support that sector, the health sector, which it was very inspiring for me because we want to promote the so-called common health. We combine medical technologies for the health of humans, animals, and the environment, because we believe that what we eat and where we grow crops is very important for our health. So we want to promote prophylactic measures and prevention, because it's better to prevent than to cure, which is very costly for those for the patients and for this whole system. Those slides I show you because I was persuaded by my co-workers. People like to see money, like to see funding that we employ to support the development of the companies in our region. The funding as such of different activities that involve regional companies comes from international programs. It's Horizon, Life and Health, Cosmo. But regionally, the funds are available, but they are not relatively big if we think about big R&D projects. Nevertheless, 180.5 million that we can use for subventions or subsidies, which is very important because the European Union is trying to lower the level of subventions and would like to and prefers the returnable funding. We use it for green energy, circular and resource-efficient economy. Everywhere the risk is high, the innovation should be subsidized. But we are closer to the trends where we prefer loans than to subventions, and the majority of those loans goes to the companies that are related with internationalization. Our companies cooperating abroad and attracting foreign investors to our region. We have to cooperate with stronger partners, but sometimes we take the position of a leader in the global cooperation. And there is a level of subsidies for services such as technological audits, but sometimes companies are not aware what direction is most desired one and how can they use their potential for their benefits. The last two slides are to demonstrate that the competitions we announce for regional research agenda and leading group tasks, we need to cover satellite and space technologies to include in those competitions, because if we build the strong foundation, we can be present internationally. I think it is more efficient than looking for the cooperation alone. So what President Brochna said, we promote education. I believe that space and satellite industry needs people with a very strong imagination, and we try to promote this during our fairs, and we hosted Sławusz Uznański during those fairs. He is a great example how to follow your dreams, and young people need such a role model today. So there were the fairs about the offshore wind technologies, and there's a strong link between satellite and space industry and the offshore wind sector. I think it's very important to promote that. Thank you very much. I'm at your disposal. If there are any companies that were not mentioned on my slide, if the representatives of such companies are here, please approach me, and we can offer a lot of options for funding, for animating good cooperation, and creating a user-friendly ecosystem. Thank you very much. Karolina Lipińska, thank you very much. We do not have time for questions now, but we will have a coffee break now. Maybe there will be time for that during the coffee break. And now, Ms. Bożena Łapeta from the Meteorology. Good morning, Bożena Łapeta. So I start from the about changes. You, as a meteorologist, you have been working for 30 years for your institution. Yes and no. The question is great, but I will answer it at the end of our interview. Because before that, I will have to tell you how we use satellite data in our work. I'm working in the Meteorological Institute, which prepares weather forecasts and hydrological forecasts. it is our duty to cooperate with public administration in terms of early warning about possible disasters and mitigation of the results of such disasters. So when the Earth observation started from 1960s, this age, we have access to the data, and we want them as real time as possible. I remember EU. Do you remember what was Mirhead? Oh, I think that nobody knows what's that. I am showing that on the screen. I show you how a normal ground station looks like nowadays, and we are one of the 10 of the stations that gets data from Sentinel-1 because we cooperate with ESA. But we started with completely different solutions, and I will touch upon what Mr. Wrochna said, that our space sector was born in the technical universities, and our first station was also created by our technical university in Wrocław. This was a local product. We couldn't buy it abroad. It was too expensive. And these were the first pictures we were getting. This is when I started my work. These were the pictures we were getting. It was a first meteorological station in Czyżyny district in Wrocław. Those pictures were taken in the Czyżyna station and then transported by courier to our. So did you know the word courier? Look, those pictures are geographically oriented manually because those networks of instance are done manually. Well, and so you were sending this by fax. Yeah. And it was printed by the Mirhead you mentioned. And those networks you were drawing yourselves manually. Do you miss those times? Maybe because everything was a bit slower. But no, nowadays it's more interesting because the data we get nowadays in digital form and what we can do with this data in our institute, it's really supportive for preparing a good forecast and to check them with the models. So we are able to track the meteorological situation and the environment from GEO and LEO. So it is important for the weather forecast to be well prepared, and those who prepare that need to know the current situation. And it can be extrapolated to next few hours because we can forecast what may happen. So it's like very short-term forecasting.
Of course, satellite pictures can be used in various ways. There are various preferences, individual preferences, so we generate a lot of products, over 100. This is one of the favorite products because on it you can see very well the high clouds and the low clouds, the cold clouds. But if there is snow, for example, you won't be able to distinguish these low clouds. So this is radar? No, this is visible spectrum and infrared. Radar later. But if we were to distinguish the snow clouds from other low clouds, we need somewhat different pictures. And here you can see very well the ice, which is in this bluish color, because on normal photo it wouldn't be seen. No. So Yes, well, I'm sure you all well know that the basic rule of teledetection is that we're able to distinguish two different objects if they have different spectral properties. If they're the same, we can't. Human eye has the abilities to analyze. Our brain has such capabilities, but algorithm does not. That's why we need so many spectral channels. So even if it's enriched by AI, if it's going to learn constantly, yes, AI is being introduced into teledetection quite strongly. Perhaps not to the analysis yet, mostly for digital or numerical modeling. So this is this forecasting. Yes, these are the models which, in a mathematical way, describe atmosphere physics, what's happening in the atmosphere. So AI is being introduced, but let's be honest, a weather expert who works with data interprets them. And here we can see an example of how beautifully we can see local phenomena such as low fog, for example. All these very low clouds which limit visibility very much. Here we have high clouds with ice layer. Here we have convection. I can't show you the picture of today because I had to prepare the presentation beforehand. But we have quite a bit of convection today, some storms. Here we have an example. It's summertime, so storms are appearing, and the Institute is constantly using this data to detect, to monitor storm clouds, convection clouds. We can see where they appear. So our experts can also modify the warning that has already been issued. For example, Western Poland has warning against storms. Gdańsk is outside this zone of warning, so there is a chance it won't rain. Anybody has any questions at this point, perhaps? So I suppose we can come back. So we can see the analysis of the situation, the verification. We can see that analysis of potentially dangerous situation. Summertime, we spoke about fires yesterday. Very often the Institute is being asked about we can see fires if it's seen on our images. And we use satellite data to do that. We have two pictures here showing the fire plus smoke. This is VIRS data from American satellite, and we see results. That's from Burgundy, France, 2022. So we are able to, of course, to say a lot from optical data, from infrared. If there are no clouds, if there are clouds, well, they obstruct everything. We talked about Cyprus, for example, and I've learned that in Cyprus, clouds are very rare. Yes, so if we want to observe the surface of the Earth, if there is in Greece or in Cyprus, we can see it. We can see that it's happening. We are able to provide information to our tourists who are going somewhere. Now, talking of forests, last year was very unique. I'm sure you've noticed, you were aware of the fact that we had smoke coming from the fires from Canada, over Europe, over Poland. Take a look on this upper picture on the right-hand side. We can see this dark band. This is smoke from fires in Canada. So you can see also the concentration of carbon oxides, also from satellite data. And this traveled long distances from Canada, and we had a lot of episodes like that in Poland in July. These smokes were seen in the morning, in the evening, when the sun was low. We can talk about, I don't know, health impact here as well. Not quite, because we rather talk about gas substances. We're not really talking about dust here. Well, in case of volcanoes, for example, if we would have sulfur oxides in the atmosphere, then yes, if we, for example, if we have rain falling, we would have acid rain. Unfortunately, it doesn't happen that often, but we had such a situation a few years ago with Pompeii volcano, where sulfur from that volcano came over Europe, and there was this danger that it might fall. I remember that in Silesia there used to be acid rains in the past. Yes, Lower Silesia, we had quite ecological disaster in the past connected with it. Of course, this dust, for example, it's sand from over Sahara. At the beginning of May, yes, we heard rather April, Kalima, right? Yes, Easter time. Yes. I remember 31st of March, 1st of April, the magenta colored. That's sand from over Sahara, which moves over Poland and settles on Polish cars if it rains. Yes, yes. It doesn't always have to be sand from over Sahara. Here we have another example where all of a sudden an instrument measuring the quality of air over northeast Poland went crazy because it turned out there is dust. It wasn't from over Sahara, but it was from the area between the Caspian Sea and the Black Sea. And we generate our own dust as well. So, and at sea, another example in Gdańsk. So algae in the sea, the condition of the seawaters is also very important from the point of view of the protection of the sea and informing tourists. So if there are no clouds, we are able to monitor the condition of seawaters in the Bay of Gdańsk, not only. But our work is also hydrology, and here we have radar data. Yesterday we've heard quite a bit about how the Copernicus data can support crisis management. Time resolution is a main factor here. Unfortunately, due to the fact that we have very good resolution, then it covers less land, something for something. So this is an example from Sentinel-1, Poland being covered here for 4 days using 2 satellites, and currently we have only 1. So it's even worse now, yes. So we are waiting. I'm not sure if ESA representatives here, we are really waiting for another Sentinel-1 to have at least 2 satellites on the orbit. As I've said in the beginning, we, as one of the 10 stations, receive data directly from Sentinel-1. So satellite sends data directly to our systems so that we can support our hydrology here. So if we have a certain situation or a threat connected with certain situation, we can provide this data very quickly. We have only 3 minutes left, so very quickly, let me just show. This is an example of using data, that is the analysis of flooded areas. So we create a certain mask of water. What does that give us? It allows us, the hydrologists, we can't send teams everywhere. We can't inform everybody how the water has spread. There's also information of hydrodynamic models, where the water is, how it has spread. And also it was shown by Jakub Razenko yesterday, the model in which emergency services working in the field, right, where is water, there is no water. So if we send services into the field, it's good to know whether water is there or not. And icing, here we are talking about the Szczecin region, and what's more important is ice blocks on the rivers, which can also create floods. We see here analysis, here a supervised analysis. So supporting services, weather experts, information where we should send icebreakers. What might not be obvious to everybody is the fact that satellite data, aside from being used directly, they're used indirectly in the work of weather experts. They are the input data for numerical models, the models which tells us what's here, which starts mathematics and physics and tells us what is the prognosis. And this shows us how the satellite data changed the data, which was the input data for models. And here you can see how satellite data affected the quality of these prognosis. 2010, right? Take a look. The quality of the 7-day forecast in green in 2010 was the same as the quality of the 5-day forecast in the 1980s. So the quality of forecast does improve thanks to our ability to describe the initial state better. This is improving all the time. We have new satellite systems which support both the model and the weather expert. So this is an example of what we see today, and hopefully this is what we're going to see at the end of the year, right? Many more details. If you could show the difference once more, hopefully I'll be able to go back. Unfortunately, the remote does not work. But we can see a lot of details which give us information about the potential. That's the way it is, and that's the way it can be soon. So many more examples about what's happening in the clouds, whether it's dangerous or not. If we have teams in the field, we can tell them that there's a storm moving in a direction, it's potentially dangerous. So also the wedding preparation that affects, they ask us, that's what they ask us sometimes. I have planning a wedding in a month, what's the weather going to be like? Yes, it happens. I wanted to show you also something new. For the first time, Europe, Africa is going to have data about data available regardless of political borders. This is data that's going to report lightning events, electrical events in the atmosphere. Now, all my professional life, I've dealt with satellite data, so I would say that generally my work has not changed, but data has. Data has changed a lot. So I had to learn how to work with new data. So every year, with every new system, information system, there appeared new needs, new requirements, new challenges, and that results in the work being fascinating, dynamic. That's why I like it. Yes, we can hear passion in your voice. Thank you very much. At 10:40, Christina will be here on the stage with us. I'm sure we'll have many interesting conversations during the coffee break. So I invite you to the coffee break, and a round of applause for Bożena before that. Thank you very much. Thank you, Bożena. Please join us here in the front row. And very quickly, I'd like you to pull out your cell phones. It's going to be a short survey. So before we part for the break, please scan the QR code. You already have the experience from yesterday, same method.
To jakaś taka ciekawa maszyna, urządzenie. Ciekawe, co to było. Ankieta trzecia. Pierwsze pytanie. Czy
So, first question. Can satellite communication be a key factor which will allow for effective carrying out of operations connected with crisis management? First answer, yes, as basic communication technology. Or yes, if there is no working infrastructure on land. Third option, yes, when land-based means are not sufficient. And there could be an answer, no. That's not of key importance. And the answer, I don't know. Let's check your answers.
Ktoś z Państwa już zagłosował?
Has anyone voted? Anybody still waiting to vote? I see, so everybody has voted. Let's take a look.
Jako podstawowa technologia
As the
komunikacyjna.
basic communication technology, 10 people, 40%. Yes. Next, when there is no land infrastructure, 32%.
I gdy naziemne środki
And when land infrastructure is not sufficient, 24%.
zgadzamy się co do zasady, a
So we
pewne
agree
detale
generally as a rule, but
są
certain
inne w
details
zależności od tego, kogo
do
się
differ
pyta.
depending on who we ask.
Drugie pytanie. Jakie terminale użytkownika, które
What
umożliwiają korzystanie z
User
łączności
terminals, which
satelitarnej
allow using satellite communications,
lub mogą być
are or may
niezbędne dla
be
instytucji? Czy
essential
są
to institutions.
stacjonarne,
Are they going to
czy
be
terminale mobilne?
stationary terminals, mobile terminals, portable terminals?
Odpowiedź, która jest
And
zawsze
of course, the answer, which is always a possibility, I don't know.
oto wyniki.
Here we have the
Najwięcej
results.
z Państwa uważa, że terminale
Most of
mobilne,
you
ponad połowa,
think that
a
it's
pozostałe odpowiedzi
mobile, and
20%
more than half. Other
terminale
answers,
stacjonarne i
20%
Jest
stationary.
jeszcze 5 osób, które
And
nie
others,
wiedzą.
there are 5 people
I to
who
też,
don't
drodzy
quite
Państwo,
know.
jest w porządku, bo
And that's
chociażby
okay
Polsa
too,
jest tutaj w pobliżu, mogą
because
Państwo
Polsa
dopytać,
is
zapytać w trakcie
here.
tej przerwy kawowej.
We
Zapraszam
can,
Państwa na godzinę
you can ask them
10:40.
during the coffee break for more
Mamy
information.
około
So, coffee break.
takich
We have
23
about
minut, także mam nadzieję, że
20,
Państwo
25 minutes.
będą mieli dobry czas.
So,
Hello and welcome back. You are so welcome at the conference. I say this to our attendees here in Gdańsk, but also to everyone watching online. It feels great to be with people who care about the technology and what we can do about it. So this moment is with a panel discussion, the first one in the conference so far, with the representative of the European Union Agency for the Space Program, EUSPA. So that is Cristina Giannopapa. Please welcome her. Cristina, Mr. Wrochna, when he was kicking off the whole conference, he said that with our technologies here, it's a little bit like the internet in the 90s. Do you feel like that?
Well, I think the times have changed in terms of technology, and with space revolutionizing everything, we will have even more changes, so stay tuned.
Oh, stay tuned. That is a good piece of advice. Did I get your intention right? Okay, good. So I'm leaving one extra microphone here, and now Cristina will tell you about the speakers. But first, it's your presentation, right?
Yes. Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to address you here today, particularly in Poland, celebrating 10 years of POLSA. I have been involved at the very beginning of the onset of space activities in Poland, and with a different hat at that time. So it's a great pleasure to be here with you today and looking forward to the next 10 years of Polish development. So today I'm here as the head of the Office of the Executive Director of EUSPA, and I will tell you a little bit about supporting crisis management and how the EU Space Program does that. And what does this mean in bringing in other actors? So we all agree that space is part of our everyday life. It transforms our activities from day to day. Today in our mobile phones, most of what we use does use satellite data. So it is unthinkable to think what will happen if we would switch off the satellites for just one day. It would mean that we will have life not exactly as we know it right now. We would have difficulties taking money from a bank because you do need a timestamp from a satellite when you take money out. Before we heard about the meteorological data and how important it is not only to get married but also to navigate across. So without this satellite data, life will be a little bit more different on knowing the weather, and let alone having the possibility to watch live football games, news, etc. So that's very, very critical. So when it comes to the EU Space Program, there are many different components which are essential for us, and in particularly in the area of disaster management and crisis management. We have heard lots of different presenters the past 2 days saying why space is so important, what the different components can bring, and I will in a way summarize and highlight some of them in order to move forward. So when it comes to navigation and EGNOS, we have the possibility in crisis to navigate with the exact way, to bring vehicles on the field, to bring drones, helicopters, etc., and to ensure that this is done in a safe way. Also to provide early warning satellite systems and in particularly search and rescue, and I will say a little bit more on search and rescue. So it also gives us the possibility to find the fastest routes that are possible as well. Copernicus, number of different services, in particularly emergency management services and security-related activities. They provide free and open access data, and of course we have seen a lot of examples before. GovSatcom, governmental satellite communications, and IRIS, the two things coming up. We will have the possibility through pooling and sharing of the current capabilities of the various member states to develop and give the possibility for users, in particularly in time of crisis, to have access to secure satellite communications. And last but not least, the EU space surveillance and tracking, which can provide to civil protection information specifically when it comes to activities coming from outer space of particularly uncontrolled re-entries, and I will highlight it a bit more. The EU Agency for the Space Programme, which operates under 3 pillars, as we heard at the opening yesterday from the Executive Director of EUSPA, we are there to do the exploitation, to ensure that the EU space systems do work 24/7 and they provide services. We're building the GovSatcom hub on behalf of the European Union, preparing the next generation for IRIS2. And also, since last year, we're operating the front desk of the EU SST, which Poland is one of the member states which participate and provide data. The second pillar, which is security, I would like to stay a little bit more, since we talked the last 2 days on crisis management, that EUSPA has a unique role when it comes to security. It is the agency which is there for the operational security of the systems, be it for the cryptographic elements, for the security, the threats analysis. We are there to ensure the secure operations 24/7 from our center, which we have in France and in Spain, and work together with the member states hand in hand to secure the operations of the system. Additionally, the European Union Agency for the Space Programme has a security accreditation board where security forces are sitting also in that, and they ensure that each one of the components of the EU Space Programme is accredited. It's the one that accredits the components of the EU Space Programme. And it also has a unique element that when the Union's activities are threatened in the area of space, then there is an article, which is the article CD698, and then this is triggered and the EU Agency for the Space Programme goes under the control of the External Action Service and the Security Council in order to ensure that actions are taken directly and immediately in collaboration with the member states. It plays a pivotal role for security and defense strategy for Europe, and recently we also opened up an ISAC, an Information and Analysis Center, in order to collect threats which might be coming to the space assets and ensure that there is data available at the time needed. As a next step, the third pillar that we have is the utilization. We cannot be seeing in isolation the different components of the EU Space Programme. We heard a lot of integrated activities which combine navigation, Earth observation, reconnaissance, and telecommunications. So all of these things provide the so-called big data. There was also discussions about the role of artificial intelligence, etc. And they can provide information to those that are on the ground and needed, either through governmental provision of services, but also there is a significant role of the commercial actors in the provision of this information and services. And the EU Space Agency for the Space Programme is engaged in the promotion of these synergies, has a number of tools for funding, is providing also market intelligence and nourishing the SMEs and the startups in a very important way. So now I will look at the different components. I will touch a little bit the SAR that we haven't seen so much. When there is a distress signal sent from someone that is at risk, we can see at the very bottom in the middle the emergency beacon. So one presses the beacon, then that is in distress, the signal goes to the satellite. From the satellite, it goes to the rescue and coordination centers, and then the forces, they send and mobilize whoever is needed to go and search and rescue this person. The unique element that Galileo has is that it is the only system in the world which provides the possibility of a feedback. So once help is coming, then the one that issued the distress signal receives a message back that help is actually coming. And this is very important from a psychological perspective for those that are waiting for help to come. Of course, in addition, Galileo is the most accurate system in the world, is 10 times better than GLONASS, 3 times better than GPS, which means that the radius of the search is more accurate when you go and you search for someone. In addition, eCall. Today, all new cars sold in the European Union, they are equipped in receiving signals from Galileo. This means that the eCall will give precise location of those that are also in need in the road areas. So what is coming up, apart from the open service, we have the public regulated service. We heard a little bit about it as well. This is for the governmental forces, search and rescue, high accuracy service, but also commercial authentication so that the system is resilient to spoofing and jamming. And then we have the integrity of the signals when it comes. Copernicus emergency, many speakers spoke about that. It is a very essential element which also EUSPA is very much engaged into promoting the commercial engagement, in particularly in the new developments in the area of Copernicus. It is a system that it is unique in the world. It is the most elaborate system in the world, which combines satellite data, but also air data as well as ground data from different types of sensors. It has contributing missions, not only the Sentinels, which are dedicated, but also contributing missions, and we will hear different things along as well. So, space-based solutions for telecom. This is what everyone now talks about. What is we have seen in the war in Ukraine and in other crisis situations, how important it is to have connectivity. Connectivity, anything, anytime, anywhere. It is important to be able to prepare the plans, to bring in those that are on the field, to have availability, resilience, and stability with very high accuracy in mobilizing the forces. So also when a disaster happens, the first thing that falls down, be it in an earthquake, I had the opportunity in one of my past lives that there was an earthquake and suddenly the terrestrial network did not work, and the only way government could talk to each other was via governmental satellite communication system of the country that I was in at that time. So this is essential and critical and can provide this resilience. What we expect is the governmental satellite solutions, the demand is going to tremendously increase in 2025, and the biggest part is going to be through civil management because of the fact that it is available when terrestrial networks fail, but also has the possibility to provide real-time data coming, providing anything, anytime for those that are in the field and are planning to support. Space surveillance and tracking. This is the other component. There are 15 member states which are in the partnership agreement. Poland is one of them with a very elaborate network, as we saw also in other areas. There are 3 services that are provided by the EUSST partnership. This has to do with fragmentation of what is happening in space. So when there is a crisis, you need to know that your satellites are safe, that your satellites are able to provide the data you want. So sometimes you need to do maneuvering. So there is a service which provides this type of information. You also have the possibility to know the fragmentation. This is another service on the fragmentation. There can be anti-satellite activities and parts breaking up, which of course we need to be able to monitor. And at the same time, sometimes things come back from space because gravity pulls them back in, and then we need to know and inform the civil protection where there will be the impact envelope of this part. And on the right-hand side, you can see 2 years ago, there was an announcement in collaboration with EASA on the fact that they were expecting in the airspace of Europe, in the southern Europe, to have a part of a rocket coming back. So this collaboration is essential, and with the civil protection forces equivalently. So to summarize a little bit some examples and synergies of governmental applications combining navigation, Earth observation and telecommunication, the border surveillance, looking at what is happening, how things are moving, what is the situation there, being able to mobilize very quickly forces at the right part, humanitarian aid, that is critical in case of safe paths and knowing where it is important to move, in addition to be able to move people out of certain areas. In disaster management, we have heard a lot of different elements to that and the role of the civil protection and the collaboration. And all of these are with the different components of Galileo, Copernicus, as well as GovSatcom, and then the upcoming IRIS. One of the projects that we also engaged in EUSPA was to pilot with NGOs, which provide support and help to the Ukraine, with giving them the possibility to create applications and bring people together. We had the opportunity to make the demonstration here in Poland for it, and Red Cross Ukraine has been using it to find the secure paths, etc., in order to provide support. Another element that we are looking at when we are looking at the market, we also collaborate with the United Nations Committee of Outer Space Affairs, the UNOSA, where we are looking on how the Sustainable Development Goals are actually supporting, can be benefiting from space technologies and applications, most of them. And we have worked together with them in providing specific reports with specific examples in the promotion of space technologies in these activities. I invite you to have a look at the QR codes and download them according to your interests. We also have a growing population which will provide more challenges. We have climate change, etc. So we need to be prepared. We need to know what can be offered and how. Space is not the only solution. It is part of the solution. Another element we have been working on over the past 2 years is to engage with an NGO, with a non-governmental organization, EURISI, which is working closer with with the users, and organize disaster management workshops in different countries, where we bring together the different related forces which are engaged in disaster management, as well as commercial entities and the products that they provide. And we also often do a search and rescue exercise real time, which is bringing together the forces and actually activating a beacon and seeing what happens. And we have done this so far in Greece, in Cyprus, in Slovakia, in Belgium, and we recently had one in Poland with a very elaborate search and rescue exercise. And in 1 week from now, we will conduct one in Bulgaria. Every time we make this exercise, we give the possibility and the mixture to have governmental actors as well as commercial actors, and we make a video out of what the country has and how it works. And I will show you the video in the case of Greece that we developed when we did the SAR exercise.
Sailing emergencies can occur unexpectedly at any time. In the event of a leisure boat grounding or engine failure in open seas, sailors must emit a distress signal and indicate their positioning. Thanks to cutting-edge, Galileo-enabled emergency position indicating radio beacons, EPIRBs, marine authorities can localize ships in distress in less than 10 minutes with an accuracy error of just under 5 kilometers. To further facilitate search and rescue operations, Greek authorities rely on optical and in-situ data such as sea current strength, wave height, and water temperature generated freely by Copernicus. When terrestrial networks are unavailable, governmental actors across the EU will soon benefit from GovSatcom to securely communicate between themselves and better coordinate search and rescue operations. This is already the case for the Hellenic Coast Guard, who utilize the country's own GovSatcom system called GRECOM for reliable communications. The end result? Disaster is averted and lives are saved, thanks in large part to the EU space program.
So no problem if one goes on vacation to these beautiful islands, whether it is in Cyprus or in Portugal or any other, search and rescue is there, Galileo is there. Of course, one has to be cautious at all times. Please have a look at our market report, which gives a complete overview on the different market segments of the developments that are possible to use space technologies and applications on Earth observation, navigation, and satellite communications, and also provides a lot of trends of what we will see. We heard that that it can be used in healthcare, in finance, so stay tuned and have a look at our activities. Thank you very much for your attention.
And so now your panel starts. That is beautiful. Would you like to introduce your speakers? Okay, so you can just use this microphone.
I think maybe we can already ask the speakers to join us.
Możemy już poprosić panelistów, aby do nas dołączyli, wtedy mogę ich przedstawić indywidualnie.
So on my right-hand side, I have Jeffrey Appledorn. Welcome. So Jeffrey is the head of governmental solutions for Europe in ICI. Please tell us a little bit. You have been involved in a number of companies, big ones like OHB, also smaller ones across Europe and in the United States. You will give us a presentation telling us a little bit more about yourself and the company. But let me first also introduce Monika Krzyżanowska, I hope I pronounced it correctly, who has also many years of experience related to professional electronics and space markets. And currently she's in Cloudflare, responsible for very large projects on Copernicus data. And she will also tell us a little bit about herself and about the company and what they do. So, yes.
Just let's check the... Okay. Yes, so Jeffrey Appledorn, Head of Government Solutions, Europe at ICI. I've already taken the microphone a few times. So our company is based in Espoo, next to Helsinki in Finland. But we have locations all over the world. I will show it a little bit in the presentation. Myself, as you might hear from my accent, I'm Dutch. But actually I'm living in Paris and married to an American wife. So I'm a whole mix of nationalities, but very happy to be here and to explain a little bit what ICI does and to engage in the panel.
Thank you, Monika.
Jeffrey.
Okay, Monika Krzyżanowska, Polish, from Poland, at Cloudflare today. I've always dreamed about working with space sector. I had to wait a little bit until Poland joined ESA, but since that moment I am linked with companies that Polish companies that provide services for space.
Okay, and I think that we need slides from you guys. So the colleagues at the back, can you maybe help us a little bit?
They will be here in no time.
Thank you.
I guess the remote. Okay. Perfect. Okay, so welcome everybody. As I said, we're very happy to be here. Very briefly, we'll mention a little bit like what does ICI as a company does to support crisis management operations. So brief introduction of the company. So we were created somewhere in 2012 till 2014, depending on the definition of the creation. We launched our first satellite 2018. Up till now, we've launched 34 satellites, by far the largest SAR radar constellation in the world. The company has grown quite a bit. We're almost 700 people now, more than 65 different nationalities. So really a multicultural company. So set our headquarters in Espoo next to Helsinki, but also we have our second biggest location in Warsaw. We're also in the UK, we're in Spain, the US, really a global company. And how the company started was focusing on miniaturizing the SAR payload to be able to have small satellites with a SAR payload. Just because it's a very short introduction, I wanted to highlight what we then do specifically. So on our value-added solutions, we're really focusing on natural catastrophes. So what you see here is our Flood Insight product, which actually doesn't only show where is the flood, so with extent, but actually also the depth. So when you see the color, the darker the blue, the deeper the water. But in addition, it also shows you which houses are affected. So it means that if a crisis response team gets this overview, they actually know where to go. Because if you only get extent, you might send your team towards the left. You get there, there's like 5 or 10 centimeters of water. The people there actually don't need help. But actually, maybe 2 or 3 kilometers to the right, there was 1 meter of water, and actually people need help. So having the additional information of depth really make this actionable data. And just to give you a few small examples, so recently in Finland there was flooding. So in Finland a lot of times we have snow and ice that builds up during the winter. Then it starts melting and then we get quite some floodings. And with our flood product, what we do, and it was on the previous slides, we actually don't just use the SAR data, it's the core, but we actually fuse it with all kinds of different inputs. So also optical data, aerial data, digital elevation models, social media, river gauges. And actually here you see an example where with the social media, the product that the customer gets, they instantly have a sort of a verification tool to see like, look, we say there's a flood and we actually have images of the flood. And for this, we have a specific team working, which is monitoring all the social media constantly, because there's a big number of people that post photos, videos, etc., of these natural catastrophes, and that really is like a confirmation of what we're doing. Just some other examples. So here, a hurricane that was in the US, where you really see the big impact and the overview of the product. Another one in Australia. So it's really quite a big and extensive product, which doesn't only work for smaller areas, but also very big areas, very big floods, which you also have in Australia, in the US, but as well in Europe. So I talked about floods, but actually we are developing an entire suite of natural catastrophe solutions. So the other one I wanted to mention is a wildfire product, which is divided by 4 elements. So a monitoring app to show you where is the wildfire, a building damage assessment, so which houses are affected, yes, no, progression maps to show in which direction it's going, and finally, for afterwards, what was the footprint of the wildfire. And for example, insurance companies really love that information. And just to give you a concrete example, you might remember in August last year, there were the huge fires in Maui in the US. Here on the left, you see actually a product, on the right, one of the SAR images, and there you really see the extent of the wildfire. So all the red are all the houses affected, and as you see, it's most of the houses. So it was a huge impact on the island over there. And just to show you a little bit what the product can do. Because we only have a little bit of time, I want to close off with a small video. It will be only focused on floods, because I do also have a wildfire video, but just to keep the time short. So I will end with that, and then we'll go to my colleague.
Floods are the most common and costly natural peril. Last year, natural disaster losses were $275 billion. 65% of those were uninsured. That means that the vast majority of people need governments to recover. They need emergency managers to come in and help them after the fact. ICEYE blends synthetic aperture radar data with other open source data on the ground quickly to provide flood depth and extent in geospatial form. We're delivering structure level insight so that they can understand which structures were damaged and which weren't faster. They can understand the full scale of losses, the full scale of impacts in real time. It's a tremendous unlock for governments to be able to have that information fast.
With the synthetic aperture radar constellation, we can continuously monitor the Earth through clouds and through haze and through other things that are going on, which is fundamentally a game-changing situation.
I've walked through homes after flood events and seen the devastation that floods can cause. We're helping governments help families recover more quickly, and that means everything.
We have already reached the tipping point where climate change is essentially irreversible. So being able to build more of a predictive product where we can assess the risk and the impact and the vulnerability of populations then becomes this groundbreaking opportunity to really serve humanity.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Monica? Maybe at the back we ask for a switch again on Monica's presentation.
So thank you very much again. Very, very short information about Cloudflare. We are Polish, we are private, we are still an SME. I think not for long because we are almost 250 people now. And what may be important for further considerations, you have on a map geographical distribution of our infrastructure. We are based in Poland and a little bit in Germany, but our infrastructure is all over Europe. And what's also important, because it reflects internal organization and processes that are important from this safety and crisis management aspects, are all the certificates. So before just showing you a little bit where we are in this value chain of crisis management, I wanted to share with you a picture you probably already saw, showing how the number of events of natural disasters increases. You see it's from Louvain, from Belgium, and say that it's the number of events raised very quickly. But at the same time, as Mrs. Łapeta said before the pause, the type of data and amount of data also increased. So our capacity for modeling, for forecasting, for reacting, or even mitigation grew. This is why we are maybe a little bit less affected by this increase than we would be if we haven't had all this capacity. So coming back to Cloudflare, this is our standard life story of a satellite imagery, where you have a satellite, you have, of course, receiving station, ground segment, then you have to ingest the data, you have to store them somewhere, and you have to distribute it. In Cloudflare case, it's distributed through several platforms. If we go to the Copernicus and European projects, it would look like this. We have the constellation of Sentinels. We have the main data space ecosystem where you can go and look for the Copernicus data, and you have applications. So all the elements you just shown, we find them here as well. If you wanted just to make a small focus on Cloudflare, this part of storing and distributing data, it's here, but we won't go into details because I think we will start our panel and we may talk more about everything. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Monica. The graph that you have shown in terms of the increased defense is something that we see it in our understanding, and it is always shocking when you see it backed by scientific data. This extreme events is also something which I expect also for you, Jeffrey, is something that your customers might be asking more and more, not only for data and images, but also for actionable intelligence information. Can you tell us a little bit how your company works on that, and what do you see from your customers?
Yeah, thank you for the question. And yeah, also, if we link it to the graph we just saw, like the events are increasing in natural catastrophes, and unfortunately, we really see a correlation between the increase of natural catastrophes and demand for our products. It's a mixed feelings. But what we see a lot with crisis response organizations is that what they're looking for is more actionable information, actionable data. That's really what we're looking for. And as I showed in the introduction, there we as ISI stepped in. We started to develop these solutions, really to have actionable data available for these crisis response teams. And in the end, the product that we're now selling worldwide really provides unprecedented speed, accuracy, an overview of how the impacts are, which actually means that these crisis organizations are able to respond much quicker and actually really save lives and reduce the impact on infrastructure.
Thank you very much, Jeffrey. Monica, from your side, I think the customers at the same time, they see lots of different type of data. They see the data coming from Copernicus and the Sentinels and contributing missions. At the same time, new companies coming in the market with new products. How can one decide and think what to go for and which criteria, and how would that be seen?
Okay. Which criteria, how to decide? Of course, it depends on the type of application you want to make with the data, what you want to learn from them. At the same time, this Copernicus data space may be a good start, at least for European constellation and data. We used to say that they are free. I don't like this expression because nothing is really free. We, all Europe, we paid for the constellations, and the European Commission, in our name, provides access to the data to everyone, and indeed, this access is free. So you have this ecosystem of Copernicus data where you will find all the Sentinel imagery and a lot of additional data, because ESA and Europe understood that Sentinels are great because it's a continuous stream of various types of data, radar, optical, and other type. But the resolution is not very big, so those data are complemented by what we call contributing missions, federated data sets, and complementary data sets. Well, I think we don't have enough time to really go too deep into which data are free for everyone to browse and look, which needs special permissions or credentials. Complementary data sets are like, usually there are free constellations from out of Europe, like MERIS, like Landsat. Contributing missions, you are contributing mission, I think.
Yes, we are.
For instance, ISI's data, and not only. And we have also federated data sets. Usually they are products. So out of those basic data, you are not really interested in looking at the image, but you want to know which type of crop, how the land is used. So this type of information you may find under federated data sets. And what is also available from the Commission and from ESA project is a little bit of processing resources, a little bit of data transfer. If you want to develop your application or do with it something, because this offer is mostly directed towards applications developers. So then you have to make your own business case.
Thank you, Monica. I will, talking about data and the fact that we have large amounts of data and their provision through cloud services and sets, and your company is also one of the largest companies in Poland in the field. Often it's important for the users to be able to have the information and not to have, let's say, to have the security within that there is no, let's say, cyber attacks or malicious engagement towards that, and know what they're actually getting. What is your company doing in order to ensure that for the provision of the services?
Thank you. Well, I think it starts with the organization. Our company came from telecom world, so we are used to the delivery of 24/7 highly available services. So first we had processes and organizations, Then, of course, you want to have physical protections, meaning you select your hardware, we build our hardware, we configure it, we test. So we try to secure all the value chain. You select the right data center, of course. You saw our geographical distribution, so to have redundancy, backup, disaster recovery capacity. Then we want those data to be available. It means that many users must be able very quickly access a very large amount of data, whether processing it within our clouds that are sitting next to the data or maybe downloading them. It means, of course, capacity and network configuration. And then, of course, there is a cyber protection. Every good operator protects with all the necessary tools. But what is also important, you very often want to know that those are the data, that nobody changed them in the meantime. And for this, you have a service that is used traceability. Each scene, each product, its image is accompanied by a number, by a trace that tells you that this is the original one, the one that was taken by the satellite, sent to ESA ground stations, and then stored and made available to everyone.
Thank you for that, because that is quite critical. Now I will be coming to you, Jeffrey, in relation to insurance companies. We have also heard from EUSPA Executive Director yesterday that insurance has been growing, and it was a market that was not there originally expected from our side. And I can imagine you also showed in your video some insurance companies that have interest in that. What type of activities are they interested in? What they come to you to ask for in terms of type of products? How do you approach that?
Okay, thank you for the question. Yeah, so insurance, as you said, like before, they didn't really use a lot of space data. We see really an increase of interest, also specifically into our natural catastrophe solutions. We have been working quite a while with them, but we do see that they're still like sort of at the start of really fully embracing and using the full potential of space-based solutions. So they're getting there, but it takes a little bit of time. But as ISA, we see quite a lot of traction, and it is both like on image side, but more and more on the solution side. And maybe a good example to illustrate this, and also to see a little bit the effect of using a solution from us versus what they were doing in the past. So we are working with a Japanese insurer, and normally like there was a big flood. A lot of houses were affected. A lot of houses were like destroyed. And normally, what is the case? These people that have this really bad experience, they have to start filing a claim. It takes months and months. An insurance adjuster will come by their house, asking all kinds of questions, like debating, was this damage already before, after? Like, it's a hugely stressful situation. Working with this Japanese insurer, so they were utilizing our flood insights, which meant within a matter of 2 weeks, they actually were able to say, okay, this area was flooded, and they were able to pay out all those people in the area. So there were people which actually didn't even send in their claim bills, they already got money. So if you just think about it for a second, these people, everything is destroyed. So you had the scenario where it was the old principle, like a lot of stress, months, they don't know what's going to happen. And now the situation, these people, they don't even have to send in the claim form. They get the money at the start, they can immediately start rebuilding their life already after a couple of weeks, instead of delaying their life for months and months, because they don't know if the insurer is really going to pay. Can they buy this new furniture or even keep paying the rent? So really there we saw a huge paradigm shift. And actually it's not only for the people, like I'm talking about the people now, for them it was really a paradigm shift, but actually also for the insurance company, because also they saved a huge amount of money. They didn't need to send all those people to every house to make sure, like, are they not overpaying, etc. They had one flood analysis that they had to buy. With it, they could adjust, and they saved a lot of money themselves as well, and they were much quicker. So it also means that the organization is able to analyze or respond to many more events in parallel than they did before. So there we really see the huge potential of even this more of traditional insurance industry to utilize new space products. So not only from us, but also from other companies, really to benefit for the people that are affected and actually themselves as well.
Thank you, Jeffrey. I think I will ask now a question to both of you. Insurers is one element. When we come to governmental actors, which are even more conservative sometimes in taking up space technologies and applications like the police, the fire brigade, what are the things that you see that are difficulties in entering this market and to working with governmental actors, if there are any? What is your experience and your perspective in that? And what would you advise in terms of what is necessary to be done in order to ensure that there is this collaboration and engagement and uptake from the governmental actors across Europe, but also potentially internationally? We can start with you, Monica.
Okay, thank you. So I think that what we are still missing, it's from one side, is a bit of a legislation that gives kind of guarantee, makes the governmental agencies, they must be sure that what they are doing is correct, is proved and is acceptable, that will be recognized elsewhere. So this is one aspect. Another aspect is just the knowledge about the solution, about the capacity, because we are still working, I think all the community is working on the outreach, on trying to explain what can be done. At the same time, applications are becoming better and better. I hope that artificial intelligence will also help here in modeling and in aggregating a larger amount of data, and maybe some data that are not standard, like in situ ad hoc information. So all those elements, I think, will end by helping governmental agencies to believe that, yes, those are the solutions that work, that can help us. A very good example, but it's not crisis management, is this common agricultural policy, where the Commission asked or encouraged agencies to use satellite data, helped by providing some solutions, software solutions, applications, but they are not mandatory. One can use other applications. And today, every farmer can check if his declaration would be confirmed by the satellite data. So I'd say it's a little bit in the same direction, except that we are in a much more stressful situation here, and that requires much more effort from everyone.
Thank you, Monica. Jeffrey, what's your view in that? What's your take?
Yeah, thank you for the question as well. I have to say that there's a difference because like our company is working globally. I mentioned in the other time that, for example, we're selling our solutions with FEMA in the US or the Australian government. We really see a difference between the EU market and non-EU markets, unfortunately in the negative sense. Especially in the bigger countries, it seems that there's a certain way of doing, which they've done, like with the crisis response management, where they have already maybe for a decade or multiple decades, they have a certain way of doing, which is working for them. And means they have sort of a closed loop system, and they're not so open for new inputs. Especially when an event happens, they're like very stressed. They're like, okay, we need to tackle this event. So if new inputs come, they're sort of closed off. It's almost like the principle of like, if it's not broken, we don't fix it. So which is a little bit a shame, because we know like technology is advancing a lot, especially on the space side. The commercial market has been developing in a rapid pace, not only in Europe, but also outside of Europe. But we really see this difficulty of sort of cracking open the nut. We do see once you do talk to the right people, and they see what you offer, they immediately see the huge benefit. And that it's really an addition not per se a replacement always, but in any case, a really big addition. But that is something that we really see in the European market and much less outside of Europe. So sort of an established system that is not always open for new inputs. And then looking at countries over borders, working together, etc. In Europe, like, yes, again, then every country has their own system. If you have a flood, for example, on a border, for example, there was recently the Netherlands, Germany, Belgium, multiple countries, then it is much more difficult for them to exchange data. There are services like for the police that they're already on borders between the countries exchanging data, but on crisis response, it's not always the case. And how we can help there, I think there was a good presentation of a colleague, Jacob, on the crisis management hubs, where there's now this initiative coming from CSS program from ESA, having those hubs spread out over Europe, which not only look at their own country, but actually look at a huger area with multiple countries. That would more centralize the efforts, and actually, because those centers are created before the natural disaster, already the connections are there. When the event happens, the communication lines are there, the products are hopefully there. So that would advance the over-the-border, cross-border events, which, especially in Europe, because we have much smaller countries than if you go to US or Canada, like the chances of an event over the borders is much bigger. Most of the time, even like rivers might be the border. So having those more centralized solutions that don't only look at their own country, but multiple countries, I think that could be a really game changer.
Thank you very much. And I think in terms of wrapping up our discussion, I would like to ask a closing question to both of you. We see a lot of trends. We see the space sector transforming and being transformed. From your views, what would be the 3 things that would be on your wish list on what you would want to see? Jeffrey.
What I would like to see, for me, from a company perspective, of course, more adaptation of the space-based techniques, solutions in everyday life. I think that is something that I would like to have. On the other hand, one thing which is not easy in Europe is finding the right people to work with. Nowadays, with the hybrid and working from home culture, it's becoming more easy. And for example, at ISA, we really embrace that. And nowadays, we're not looking for a person at a certain location, but we're looking for the right person, no matter where he or she is living. So our company is really partly in offices and partly spread out over Europe. So I think for me, like those are like elements which would be nice. And overall, I think space and in overall high technology really has a lot of benefit for our countries. And certain countries still, when they're deciding on how to spend their budgets, they don't always see the multiplier effect that we heard in earlier presentations. And my wish would be that they embrace this multiplier effect and assign more budgets to technology, and especially for us, also with space budgets related to crisis management.
Increasing budget is always a good thing. So, Monica, to you, okay. What's your wish list?
I'd be selfish. I would say I'd like Polish sector and space sector to be really big and strong, and for us to have some ESAs and EUSPA's agencies and some services that would be provided to Europe and worldwide.
Thank you very much, Monica. Thank you both for the discussion. It was exciting to see the potential that is there, and let's hope that your wish list will be fulfilled. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That was a wonderful conversation. So I suggest that you all join us in front of the stage. That will also give our crew some time to rearrange the whole area. But let me also check if there are some questions over here. Any questions that have to do with what they've been talking about? Well, Jonathan, let me ask you about Japan. Oh, Jeffrey, sorry. Jeffrey, let me ask you about Japan. So you say in 2 weeks these people got their insurance?
Yes, insurance paid out.
Is this something that insurance companies are really interested in? Because as a customer of them, I sometimes get a feeling that they really enjoy postponing the whole process.
That is true, that feeling I also have. No, like this, we really see a lot of traction with the insurance company as well. Because they're so quick in paying out, their savings on their side are also huge. So they don't have an incentive then to stall. And I said, like, for the human side, it's actually a much bigger advantage.
That is impressive. Do you see there be more rollout of things like that?
Yes. So as I mentioned in the discussion, like we see more and more interest of insurance companies worldwide, and insurance companies are they also need to make a profit. So they're also looking at new ways how to maximize their profit. And if they can reduce cost, for example, having satellite-based imagery or solutions versus flying over with airplanes, they can reduce a lot of cost. So it's in an advantage.
For sure. Christina, do you see the cost cutting as also one of the biggest incentives for why this whole market grows? I'll give you the microphone, and I'll just say one thing to our AV crew, but you can talk to the audience.
So for sure, it is a matter of resources are scarce in general, whether it is for people or different things. Changing the way that we do things is also critical. So we do see that there is going to be an increase in space technologies and applications, as you both mentioned as well. In our market report, we have seen the tremendous potential that there is in many different sectors. Of course, the insurance is one of the fastest growing ones that we see. It's interesting to see specific examples from you. So yes, let's see what the future brings.
Let's see. Let us also check out if there are some questions here. Oh, wonderful.
Actually, a very simple one. Christina, and your three wishes. I think it will be interesting to hear your three wishes from the perspective of that you are having.
Right.
You mean apart from a bigger European budget? Now, my wish list will be that at some point everyone knows the benefits of space technologies and applications, and it comes as an immediate thinking in their minds of what to do, instead of our space community having to strive for it, so that it is an integral part, and maybe we have less work to do in this. That would be my wish.
So instead of let's Google it, let's space it.
Instead of let's Google it, let's space it. So that'd be the perfect scenario. Any other questions? Good. So Konrad, are you there? Because Konrad used to help me with the microphone, but now I'll just get there. All right.
Thank you. Eduardo Tom from the Joint Research Center, European Commission. Two questions for Jeffrey. First one is, how scalable is ISI solutions in terms, for instance, to handle different wildfires or different wildfires at the same time? And the second...
let us first hear the first answer. Jeffrey, he will repeat, but could you please take one of those microphones that you have in your backside? Okay, so Duarte, can you repeat this one?
Yeah, how scalable is ISI solutions in terms of wildfire? Can you handle different wildfires at the same time, for instance, in Europe?
So thank you for the question. So how scalable is it? So very scalable. As you might know, in the US, for example, and Australia, there are a huge amount of wildfires and bushfire in Australia. So for us, it's scalable depending on what the area is. So we don't have per se a limitation in that sense.
Okay, the second question will be in terms of integration of artificial intelligence, for instance, to support decision. I don't know if you're listening. Are you listening? Yeah. Integration of artificial intelligence, for instance, to support firefighters in the field, to tactics and so on, fire suppression. Do you have some solutions on that?
So the usage of AI or machine learning. So we are doing a lot of machine learning, but I have to also admit we still have a lot of persons in the loop. Just for example, with our flood product, we have actually a meteorological team, 3 teams on 3 different continents, and we're watching the weather globally 24/7. So even though we're trying to automate a lot of steps with machine learning, etc., we still need the human factor and knowledge to make the right decisions.
All right, that's a wrap. If this can be a really quick question.
Quick question. Monica, you are with Cloudflare part of the so-called CDSC, the Copernicus Data Access, and I'm frequently advertising the fact that a Polish company has the strategic role in Copernicus. And how do you see developments there? Will it be much easier to access, and how Polish companies gathered here could benefit really from the fact that you are part of the building of this service?
Okay, question is quick, but the answer is not so.
Let us try
short,
at least.
But let's try. Well, the development path is quite clear. More data, easier access for everybody, not only for Polish company, I think, but for everyone. More formats, maybe evolution into new type of access, and more contributing data. So it's really like a commodity. I mean, Earth observation, computing power capacities is a commodity for all the Earth observation world. And Polish companies, well, we are the applications and the use of it requires strong technical and informatics skill, and we are a country where this education and those skills are very strong. So I really believe that the fact that we have the skills will put us forward and will make it very easy to Polish companies to get into this market.
Nice. So we have the manpower and we have the willpower. So thank you so much. That was Jeffrey, Christina, Monica. A big round of applause, please. Teraz zmienimy język.
We will switch to Polish, dear guests. Still, thank you to the interpreters. And now I would like to invite Mr. Jakub Dzik to take the floor. Who knows Mr. Jakub Dzik from Podkarpackie region? Yes, raise your hand, please. Yeah, it will be very intriguing presentation about changes that have taken place in the last few years. It will be about floods, starting from the floods in 2010 and the growing use of satellite technology and UAVs. And it will be about taking information from different sources. So it'll be very informative presentation. The flood in 2010 happened several days after Jakub Dzik started his work in his new workplace. So he will be telling you the story. It's representative of good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm starting with the information that I really came here from the Podkarpackie region, from the other side of Poland. And yesterday I heard here that the Polish Space Agency has two hearts, one in Gdańsk and second in Warsaw. But it also has a third heart, because the third branch office is in Rzeszów, in our Podkarpackie region. But I'm not going to talk about the agency work, but our work in implementing space technologies in the activities of the public administration. But having heard all the presentation, I think that I will tell you as well about the challenging life in Bieszczady region. In that region, we have to be prepared to implement new tools to streamline our decision-making process. I have to start with very precise information about emergency management, which is a very specific task of public administration authorities, which deals with prevention, preparation of contingency plans in order to take control over emergency and respond to emergencies, restore the damaged infrastructure. People change, regulations change, detection and analysis tools change, but emergency management or crisis management, there is one part that is stable. The information you get has to be reliable and should allow you to take optimal decisions. The flood in 2010 was the biggest natural disaster in Podkarpackie region. I'll just show you the numbers to show you the scale. 5 fatalities, 30,000 people evacuated, more than 2,000 people on flooded areas, almost 13,000 flooded households, and loss estimated at 1,340,000,000 zlotys. What you see on the picture is the Świętokrzyskie Voivodeship, Sandomierz town. The region that is completely flooded is the Podkarpackie Voivodeship. It would be impossible to manage a crisis situation without access to state-of-the-art technology, to data that have different dimensions as the emergency is growing. Without modern technologies, emergency management, such big as during the 2010 flood, would be completely impossible. What it was like during the flood 2010, I will not go back to history like Bożena, but the plethora of data we got was very difficult to manage in order to determine the scale of the event and to estimate loss and damage. And we had some photos and videos taken from military helicopters and the helicopters that are owned by Rzeszów authority. You know how long does it take to make such photos and videos, and to process them and to analyze them properly. So I will stop here with the considering the new technologies, genesis of new technologies in Podkarpacie. 3 months before the flood, I started job in the Crisis Management Center in Rzeszów, and our first task was to implement GIS, Geographical Information System, and to fill in related database with emergency management data. It was not planned. I started work on Monday, and on next Sunday, the flood started. We used the data, but well, our use of technology was like the beginners, fledgling, and the information that made us perform better was this picture that we got at the beginning of the flood. How did we use it? But in order to show the challenges we faced, I will refer to 2 photos, 2 pictures. Here you can see a breakthrough in the Vistula River embankment. breakage in Koćmierzów. The water was stopped by the right embankment of the Łęk River. So this one picture was used by fire brigades and during the meetings of the crisis management team and the Voivodeship team, by many entities that were involved in that. There were historical analysis in 2010. So the location of the breakthrough in the embankment were determined. We determined how many citizens need to be evacuated because the threat was real, the threat was there. And the fire brigade determined the direction of where the water should be drained, where to excavate the embankments, and they prepared flood area pumping analysis. We estimated the volume of the flood water in order to plan the pumping process and drainage of the waters from the flooded areas. These needs are still valid, but after 13 years we carried out exercise in flood management exercise in Stalowa Wola. It's not that we did nothing at all during those 13 years in relation with flood management. But why I'm talking about the exercise? Jakub Ryzenko has presented the exercise task yesterday, but we wanted to draw from the experience in 2010 and perform this exercise to learn how to monitor the state of the river and how to see if there are some spillages over the embankment crowns or the differences between the different points on the terrain. The main goal has been achieved. We used UAVs in order to detect the hydraulic punctures or breakthroughs of the embankments and the spillages. So you can imagine how much more money would we need to make that reconnaissance with airplanes or do the physical check. In the identification of a hydraulic break on the right embankment of the Sun River was part of this exercise. Before the exercise, we did some basic flights, zero flights, in order to see the normal state of the terrain. Then we performed, we prepared the setting for the exercise. We increased the height of the embankment crown, and the crisis team were to search for the endangered places. The exercise was performed with the participation of fire brigades and the territorial armed forces who used UAVs. The physical inspection of the embankments is, of course, a key factor in order to locate the weak points, and so that the services could take action. We did it, and we changed the ground temperature in order to. The case scenario was what could happen if there are some spillages over the embankment crown. You could see that during the animation, but the last picture shows also the velocity of the water. This is very important parameter, not because we have to know what will happen after the water crosses the embankment and spills over the embankment, and because then we have to use the evacuation works with the appropriate special vehicles, amphibia vehicles. And the velocity of water is a main factor because it may impede the actions to be taken. This is how we estimated the terrain that has been flooded. And well, when we compare the exercise in 2023 with the actions we have taken to 2010, we have to emphasize that there are the things that the problems we had with photos and videos, no geographical reference, long time needed to analyze information, imprecise information. It's not valid anymore when we use UAVs and the satellite data. Of course, weather conditions are important in both cases, but when we use helicopters, it creates additional threats to the crew of the helicopters. When you use UAV, the only thing you can lose is equipment. The satellite photos that have been taken, that were taken in 2010, are still valid, and the emergency management is the task of a special task for public administration, and it is a really important issue that the rescue forces, fire brigade or police have their own systems, and the public administration doesn't. But we are not waiting for another flood to make it happen. I can show you more examples of use of satellite technology. We are using pictures from meteorological services on a daily basis. We did it for get important information for intense rain, freezing, and ice jam monitoring. But it's all about practice, practice, and practice. These are the names of the exercise we have performed. The most important one is Podkarpacie 2009. We have participated with the Polish Academy of Sciences. The satellite imagery, a few years later after the flood, the photos turned out to be useful in analysis of losses and damages for the purpose of the application submitted to the World Bank to finance flood protection investments. And the embankments that have been financed are still there. As a part of activities undertaken in connection with the epidemiological threat in Moszczaniec and the commune, also made us use satellite pictures due to the possibility of obtaining comprehensive information from the relevant local government. Satellite images were used to monitor the informal gathering, taking into account its size and various time intervals. So it allowed us to explain many issues. So it is very important to archive those data. Podkarpacie has a very specific geographical setting. We were the first region affected by the migration crisis after the Russian aggression to Ukraine. So we had to use satellite data to prepare for mass inflow of migrants. Like the queues were forming on the border crossings. I know that I've used up my time, but to wrap it up, I would like to express my hope that I have in the hubs that are going to be created, because in crisis management centers, sometimes there are only one-man posts after working hours. So if we have access to information from hubs, it makes our lives much easier. At the end, I will have an anecdote. During the flood in 2010, I was on duty, and I get a call from the pumping brigades on the flooded areas, and I got a message that there was a horse's corpse floating in the flood water pool, and the man that called me, he told me to do nothing about that. I asked him why. He said that they have pushed this horse dead body to the territory of Świętokrzyskie Voivodeship. Well, it takes some creativity of end users, and it's the only limit that refrains us from implementing the satellite technology. Thank you very much for your attention. Jakub Dzik. I invite questions. Are there any questions from the room? It was a very fun story, a story that sometimes we push off the problems and just remove the symptoms and do not cure the disease. What do you think about the responsibility? Well, responsibility is the cornerstone in crisis management, and you do not transfer that responsibility so easy. But in this example, it was very, very hard. There is a time pressure, and sometimes you take shortcuts. But what we need is a very well-defined distribution of competency, and also the support that we need in public administration, technical support and support in terms of equipment we have at our disposal. Do we in Poland, are we able in Poland to plan ahead, to forecast disasters? You know, while it becomes less probable, the intensity of work diminishes. Well, it's not like we didn't have more floods from that time. Well, they were smaller, of different types. The characteristic of floods is changing. Well, but you always have to be ready for a worst case scenario. They are difficult to forecast and difficult to respond, but this is the role of public administration, to be prepared for any scenario. So this work, the crisis management is always intense. Yes, it is, all the time. Well, we feel safer with you at the head of it. Thank you for your work. Thank you very much. Our guest will be Tomasz Widomski. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The last 6 months, we were surprised by the media about jamming, GPS jamming. Jamming is just interference with reception signal. Sometimes it even eliminates the signal. Every week, we get information that the air traffic was interfered by jamming. I would like to tell about different consequences of jamming and proofing. I will be talking about advanced IT technologies that are time coordinated. This is a quite old type of knowledge. The first works on synchronization, IT and OT, appeared in 1983. It was initiated by the U.S. Armed Forces. So there is satellite communication for guiding missiles. So the questions were raised: what happens if we interfere with the system, we tamper with the system, and for a specific period of time it will not be usable? During the Persian Gulf War, there was an incident that took lives of several soldiers because of the numeric overload of a processor cell that is responsible for representing time. What does it mean? We are talking about representing numeric representation of time. So it's not about the clocks that inform us what time it is. We are talking about time lapsed. So it's the fourth dimension of the place where we exist. And we are talking about destabilization of the whole critical infrastructure that is based on the information on the time and the flow of time that the example that raises fears among specialists is that the way that we make as optimum distribution of energy. Since we have been popularizing for 2 years with the National Meteorology Authority and the Military Technical Academy how to deal with desynchronization and how it is used to limit the work parameters of IT systems. It all only refers to peripheral devices, but a unique disk matrix control in the cloud is using synchronization at the onset of the system. So interference with the system can prevent a server or the whole server room from operating properly, or it may endanger the whole network of server rooms, or make the server rooms an element of peripheral architecture. So, instead of coordinating their work with railway networks, they do it based on time coordination. So the good news is that the subject that before the war in Ukraine was not really known, or because Poland does not produce much IT equipment. We consuming software or creating software, but the problems that we are dealing with here is about the hardware. The hardware that is based on systemic software. So the operation system are unified with the hardware. So this is the subject of books by Military Technical University, published by Military Technical University. So distribution of time, and it will be re-edited, the extended version, in order to aid reconnaissance of satellite threats. How come that something that it does not explode may destroy the whole critical infrastructure? It is dependence on GPS of many solutions that causes the problem. So I will use the example of railway network. So this is our like car navigation, but the number of equipment, of hardware and controllers that use it is beyond our possibility of digesting it. And the breakthrough revolution is the period where we live in. The systems that were independent before are now interdependent, so they form a domino blocks that may cause the total destruction when you start it. Poland signaled many years ago that those dangers are present, and the financial market were the first that were so sometimes the purchases that are made on the stock market, you see it in the sector table. So those of you that are interested in the EU directive, the table is from the European Space Agency. I got it from the Prague branch office, and is about the precision of the synchronization for the peripheral systems. It doesn't mean that when you exceed this parameter that there is a fail. Sometimes it takes more time. So if the time should be considered a cyber weapon, it is not that you can cause dangerous effect when you change a digit. So the attacks that we are subject to may be in place for a long time now.
GPS pojawiła się w Azji, w okolicy.
These problems, I would say that the problem of jamming interference started to appear in that region between Russia, Korea, China. These were the first cases of GPS interference. It came to Europe through the Persian Gulf, in the region of Turkey. In Europe, Norway felt it as the first country. We have very strong interferences in our region, but not as strong as to make your cell phones unusable. Of course, there is no guarantee that it's going to remain this way. Now, what can we compare the synchronization to? I guess we can compare it to a regular heartbeat. This arrhythmia of the heart, this shows how we should, the slide shows how we should treat it. If we have a small degree of arrhythmia, the synchronization, we can say the infrastructure is inefficient, perhaps certain parameters will fall, the speed of transmission, radio transmission, also logical, also I'm talking about bands and fiber optics, perhaps service clusters whose operational capability was designed for a specific number of service processors will lower the computational capability because of asynchronicity. I also warn those who have really trusted very strong archival systems, especially large banking systems, database systems. In such systems, the data is fundamental because these systems have to archive everything during night. If one of the clusters doesn't end archiving the backup, perhaps these backups will be incomplete. And of course, nothing will happen at that time, only the next day when there will be a breakdown which will require recreating the data. The data will not be there or it will be incomplete. The topic we are dealing with is much wider than what you actually encounter in the media. In the mass media, we analyze, we We think about cyber attacks called time synchronization attack, starting from the time of creating time, and we're talking about, let's say, GPS time, which was created a bit before in U.S. naval laboratory. In case of the Chinese satellite system, is the Chinese meteorology that's responsible for the time. Same when it comes to the Russian system, but in case of the European system, there is a few labs which create the time scale of Galileo. Poland also has its own two timescales, which are registered IBPN. We have in the room the representative of that governmental agency who can tell you about the role of that during the break, perhaps. What's important, however, what we should remember is that the national timescales do not depend on satellite systems. They constitute great alternative time sources for IT systems. For example, when there is a GPS over Poland, it will be totally turned off or totally interfered with, totally jammed. Since December 10th, by a coincidence, I suppose, it turns out we have a system in Poland called eChas.pl, eTime.pl. It is registered in the main governmental agency. Everybody can use that system. That system was started on the 20th anniversary of the Act on Official Time. Poland was one of the first countries to regulate the definition of official time. Unfortunately, we didn't quite have the executive regulations and technical capabilities of distributing that time. So the project eChas allows to join in those critical infrastructure which are isolated from the internet. They can draw the signal from the agency. A certain innovation in relation to American or British solutions is the fact that the agency, the central agency, can also monitor remotely the time settings on remote servers. Of course, we can't talk about alternative solutions without realizing of whether we are under attack and whether the attack, how intensive is the attack. That's why I'd like to tell you that we do have Polish solutions which can monitor signal quality. There is a few of them. We have a stationary solutions which is proposed by El Proma. It's called Argos. There is also a solution created by the Institute of Communications. It's a mobile solution which also offers the possibility of jamming signals, but you will hear more about it from the authors of the system. The Argos system is a dense mapping system. In other words, it can be placed on telecommunications BTSs, in meteorological data points, and it will show the quality of signal in any location. Of course, the interference will have impact on the quality of the signal, but we're also interested in a number of other phenomena which affect the interference of very weak signals which come to the Earth, which come from satellites which are 20,000 kilometers over our head. There is a very weak reception here, even though the signals are very evenly distributed. Last slide, we've received an award from the hands of the minister during a meeting of the PW Cyber Group in Katowice. It's the Argos system which monitors interference, which detects them and alarms in real time about jamming, about GPS spoofing. During that meeting, it was underlined that it appeared at the right time and place. It's quite rare that we can, kind of on an ongoing basis, preventively enter the market. It's an open architecture system. What does it mean? Well, it means that right here from this stage, I'd like to invite everybody interested in cooperation to work on developing the system. We're talking about the systems which measures, monitors, and alarms about the signals in real time, but can't really tell you much about trends. In other words, about predictability of what might happen in a minute. Is that possible at all? Well, here AI comes in, and the issues of having deeper understanding of physics, of microwaves, their dependability on various phenomena. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, Tomasz. I would like to invite you to take part in a short conversation we will have. Perhaps there are some questions. I can see there is one. Please introduce yourself. Wojciech Gołębiowski, I represent Exantel. You've mentioned local time sources in Europe, in the United States, and other countries. Now, do they synchronize between each other? Are these means of synchronization also? They can also be attacked. If you could ask the question once again, we have certain acoustics problem. Everything okay? Okay, good. So, please stand closer to the main speaker. We will hear it much better. The question dealt with the synchronization of the best system, of the biggest systems, the European. I was asking whether the sources of time, American, British, etc., European, do they synchronize with each other, and whether this synchronization can be attacked? Well, each laboratory, as I've said, develops its own time, so it's asynchronous. But of course, there is a place which coordinates their work. It's the French BPN in Sèvres, near Paris. All these laboratories send data from the atomic clocks to that place. This is where corrections are prepared, which in fact define what sort of corrections should be made in the future to receive concrete parameters of the time scale. I'm not sure if I've answered your questions. There is no direct connections. Such experiments only take place in Europe, because in Europe we have a lot of fiber optics. We have good fiber optic infrastructure. And here I have to congratulate my colleagues from PickTime, with whom we create consortium. We have instruments which allow us to join these atomic clocks directly and compare. Before we had these techniques of direct comparison, the only techniques of comparison, of direct comparison, was the satellite systems, such methods as common view, the methods of shared observation, of receiving a signal from a single or a group of satellites, a single satellite or a group of satellites. So it's not that these labs are sort of interconnected strongly. However, if some laboratory is starting to kind of float off, as we like to call it, its scale is going off the charts, then BPN sends a warning and calls for corrections. And such events do take place. I'm not sure if you remember, to 2019, we have an incident connected with the problem note as GPS weak number all over. Perhaps nothing happened on our clocks, but there were places that time increased, not by second, but by 19 years. And that was a huge problem. When you're fighting for nanopeak or femtoseconds, then, of course, meteorological institutions were the first victim of all of that, but they did handle it quite well, rather quickly. Thank you very much, Tomasz. Thank you. I'm not sure if you remember the year 2000 and Y2K, the threats connected with it. No problems appeared, but I do have a feeling that these issues that Tomasz has been telling about is the scenario, somewhat connected with that scenario. And today, thanks to Tomasz, we are somewhat more aware, we understand the additional source of threat, and now we'll hear about the possibilities of using a system Yashmin as a sophisticated system of crisis management. I see that 20% of people heard about this system, so
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Łukasz Blechman. I'm the Deputy Marketing and Commercial Director of Teldat. Teldat is working on the defense market, has been functioning from 27 years. We are a provider of many state-of-the-art defense and communication and military equipment and military solutions. And we regularly take part in military exercises and interoperability tests for allied states. And it was created on the basis multi-environment crisis management system called the YASMIN. The solution was created in 2013 and took part in first polygon tests, military tests, and we have been working on the newest release of this system for 2 years now. It is designed especially for the use of crisis management center on the provincial or district level or municipality level. This is what it is used for, and it can be used by any other public administration services such as fire brigades, medical rescue, for search and rescue operations. Everybody will benefit from these solutions in order to be provided with all necessary information that is needed in order to know what we have at our disposal and to prepare for the emergencies. Why we call it a multi-environment service? What beneficiaries, what users we gather with this system? What it can provide and why it is addressed to many environments. We provide all the functionalities that are necessary for the crisis management, from prevention to a response and to restoration. It is for securing, registering events, monitoring events. So other law enforcement services or uniformed services can use the system, like city guards, mountain rescue service, water rescue service. They should be able to take part in crisis management with the use of the system. It also is compatible with other operating systems that are present on the market, like National Heritage Service, meteorological services, state forest services. Well, there are plenty of them. This system is able to integrate all the information that are available in real time, and our system does it. We display information and gather them in real time and integrate them with the information gathered from other systems. The system is very user-friendly and open to cooperation. The fire brigade system can be easily integrated with it, the police systems, and the tools such as cookies, and it's a very advanced tool. We can use its functionalities and import data or import other products from different systems in order to feed in the system with important data and information that can be very useful in time of the response to emergencies, also for medical, technical environments. As an operator of this solution, we can integrate and use all the data. Also, some regulatory documents can be processed and digitalized within that system. Emergency management plans, crisis management plans. So we would like to leave behind the paperwork. We would prefer to use tools that are able to update data constantly. the plans, when they are digitized, can be updated and upgraded every few days or every hour. And everybody could have access to that from the level of one common tool. The users or the managers of the crisis management center, or their superiors, the city mayors, voivodeship governors, and also the volunteers. They really are the first to appear on the event spot, on the accident spot, and to respond to the emergency, send signal from their mobile phones. And also, on the highest level, at the ministry level, we can manage the crisis. So the terminals of the system should be there. We are working in the Ministry of Internal Affairs and Administration on implementing the system in different voivodeships. In our voivodeship, it is present, and we have a pilot project for the whole Koszalin district, where all the points are prepared, and this is a research and development work. We will have an experimentally lab that will show us the results of using the system. This multi-environmental product is consistent with the national international interoperability standards. We applied the high-end NATO standards for operational symbols, pictograms. This is the most important reference for our solution, that it is based on non-commercial but NATO-based standard. So it is multi-layer product. It goes from the crisis center to municipality, district and province, and we use and monitor all the available resources, not only GSM that is universally available, but the example of Ukraine showed us that you can lose internet when they hit the GSM. So there are some alternatives here: satellite connection and satellite communication, and also the use of commercial services to maintain the connectivity in its place. We have tested our military part, the military part of this system with radio stations and compatibility with different radio systems. So the radio replication mechanism protocol, and how to use it effectively with any type of communication means that is available. So we have RSS information channels. We will be able to show it to you, because you can see our system at work. There is a big tent in front of the building. We have a Land Rover vehicle, which is a demo version of for the use of mobile crisis management center with the use of our software. I'm running out of time, so I'll accelerate a bit. We use different type of sensors, imagery sources, the systems that are universally available, like Pro systems or video destination system, and we use UAVs and the data and images captured by UAVs. You can use it because it's very flexible and very easy to operate. And we have also multi-level security system. All the safeguards are embedded. The architecture of the system is service-oriented, very simple, so there is a great possibility of adding new functionalities. The most important functionalities are the database server, GeoServer. This is enough to operate the system. We also can add video streaming server, VTC server, cloud. You can keep files in the cloud, and we also offer a gateway that make it possible to cooperate, to make the system compatible with all the solutions that are available in Poland, including the NATO solutions. And there's also analytical tools, national heritage protection applications. So there's a very ample range of applications. There are possibilities of creating reports and interacting with other systems. It's not like a geoportal. It's not a database system. It's a very complex system that makes it possible to act in real time. You can ask one of our employees that are present here, ask them to show them on tablets how our system works. You can try it here and now. This is the hierarchy of information from the national level through provincial and district level to a single person, single volunteer. The system can be implemented at any level by any officer or rescue provider on smartphone, on a tablet, on any type of digital equipment that makes it easy to work in the field. Those are examples of the screens or displays that are used by the system, whether we use it for monitoring, but the user may create their own monitoring center for a municipality, or there will be healthcare mode can be switched on, where all the healthcare centers can be observed, or you can monitor the forecasts of weather conditions that are generated by the Meteorological Institute. So this is how you can use any type of available imagery sources from city cameras or simulations or videos that are available online. It can be used for any type of training or exercise. That's how you can see the example of a local crisis management center. You can see separately the city CCTV cameras, or see the data for the whole country or province, and get a recording or registering application on one piece of equipment. These are different type of vehicles, or command vehicles, or mobile crisis management center. The ones on the top are vehicles we provide to the armed forces. It's command vehicles and communication vehicles. We have provided 150 sets of these vehicles that are used in Afghanistan, Pakistan, in Chad, wherever our armed forces have their missions. And there are also, it's an armed vehicle for police, armored vehicle for police, and a Land Rover that we have on exhibition in front of this building. I invite you to take a look. We will show you how this system works on a mobile emergency management center. This is an example of interior of this command vehicle for fire brigade. And this is the general idea we want to achieve, the general outlook of the system. We want this system to make a unique, complex system that will give a combined operational image of the whole situation. So the possibility to observe from one spot, like from the Ministry of Defense, or to see the general picture and individual actions that are taking place. All this, to see images from all the sensors and virtually take part in the operation. Of course, these are just illustrative examples. Here we can see flood management, how we get the images from the sensors on the flood embankments and get the information, transfer it on higher levels, and organize appropriate operations. Prepare resources and prepare appropriate services to work in the field. So, in a nutshell, this is our system, and I would like to invite you to practical part, to show you this system in operation. You can play with it, and I invite you to do so. Thank you very much. I'd like you to step here and to the front of the stage. Are there any questions from the room? Yes, there is one question, at least one question.
Thank you. Very interesting presentation. Unfortunately for me, the slides are in Polish. So first question is, would it be possible to make your slides available in English? And then second question, is your Jasmine product commercialized outside of Poland? Thank you.
Pierwsze, czy mogą Państwo udostępnić po angielsku te slajdy?
Yes, of course, it is possible. Available in English version, it's no problem. And second,
does it work outside of Poland?
No, this system works only in Poland, just right now. But it is also possible to implement it in other countries of European Union.
Right. One more question over there.
Dziękuję. Obecnie
I'm representing public administration. Now I'm working for public administration, and we know each other. Witek Towecki from the Bydgoszcz provincial office, but my previous work was related with armed forces, and I was responsible for developing the 4th command position. So I was very involved in communication systems, and then that was one of the first companies that provided the communication services for military units organizing their exercise in our voivodeship. And now, in the light of the Ukrainian conflict, I would like to say that we, as provincial offices, had difficulty to respond on time to the problems that were created by the Russian aggression. And one of the examples that from the reality, from real life, we've seen in our systems that the same ID numbers can appear in different places. So the state was endangered with the losses because they were paying out subsidies for different ID number for the same ID numbers appearing on different places in Poland. So the time that we needed 2 weeks to retrieve data that we wanted. But after implementing this system, it was a question of minutes not weeks. And we had to the opportunity to respond timely to the issues. So our latest revision of the system as a functionality used for providing help to refugees became very effective because before that it was very difficult to watch closely the question of ID numbers and the people becoming of age. So now we were receiving more than, we're registering more than 100 to 120,000 personal data a month. And this is only one functionality, only for the using the accommodation database for refugees. So, but we can also, in the same way, manage the data for the UAV operators. And, okay, we have to stop here because we run out of time, but we are starting the lunch break, so we will have more opportunities to discuss and also to visit those exhibition spots in front of the building. And I want to inform our online guests that we will be back on 1 satellite technologies in crisis management, the second day of our conference. Thank you for your presence and for being here on time. I thank you those who were here exactly on 1:30, and I think that we have a coffee break afterwards, and we also guarantee very important issues to be raised during this presentation. So now we will be talking about using the satellite technology in mountain rescuing and rescue actions. And I'm glad that a representative of TAT I am representing Saturn, a Polish operator, telecommunication operator, the second biggest telecommunication operator in I'm the head of the space technology department, and I'm dealing with many R&D projects and development of space technologies in our company. This is like, I don't know how to say, this is a Polish, it's when you try to cut the beer before you hunt it. And our consortium that are part of the project, we thought that this project combines so many different aspects that it is worthwhile presenting it on this conference. And sitting here during the presentation, I thought we were right because it combines so many subjects and issues that were touched upon today in one project. That has a very practical application and very specific benefits. As it has been announced, we are talking about maritime and mountain rescue teams and protection against chemical contaminations. The partners of our project deal with such activities. In all these activities, it is very important to be well connected and well communicated. This communication cannot fail you. The quality of data is crucial. People need to be in contact all the time, all the participants of rescue and save search and rescue team. So from very long time, the organizers of SAR activities try to get the best connectivity, connection, and backup. So the communication equipment should be very redundant. Also, the types of communication should be redundant. Then apart from LTE, they use radio over IP. And radio phones also, they have their own network of relays. They use the radio over IP, HF, VHF, and UHF frequencies, and they introduce satellite communication because all this terrestrial or ground communication means may fail them. Sometimes. So I show you the coverage in Greece, and it's not it's for the reason that we took Greece as an example. You can see how the mobile operators cover the area of Greece. If it is operating, even if it is operating, there are many regions without mobile coverage. And, you know, the ground telecommunication may fixed line telecommunication may fail, and even satellite communication may not be fully useful because you need those antennas and they have to be directed properly. And we heard today during Tomasz presentation that this communication also may be jammed or interfered with, tampered with. Here we have an example for the unavailability map for the GPS navigation in the Mediterranean. So we have to be protected against such situations, and our partners need that protection because our partners happen sometimes to have all their communication means failed. So it is very important to have redundant communication channels and to reduce the risk of failing communication to the minimum. So I discussed the project goals now. Here is the typical diagram that covers all the components that are used during a SAR operation. So it is in the context when we know that the satellite communication is available. We have a ground station as this one, Exotel made, which is connected by terrestrial line with the headquarters, so to communicate with the field units. Here we have a temporary field unit that wants to exchange data with mobile units and have voice communication with headquarters or receive satellite-based data on a regular basis. And those mobile units, they move, they are displaced, but they want to be communicated all the time. So under this project, we provide different types of units that ensure redundancy. So there's a backup for any type of communication, terrestrial communication, and a system that addresses all the risks related with failing communication. Here we have the satellite terminals, including mobile terminals that can be used on the move, that can be installed on a car, on a boat, in the helicopter. Those needs are reported by our partners. They also need a backpack terminals, which is lightweight enough and simple to operate, that could be used in remote areas under adverse weather conditions. And this part of project is very important. This is anti-jamming device that prevents the signal to be jammed. So it's a jamming-resistant device which is required for a mobile terminal. Another technological component are, well, the terminals are commercial equipment. They are assembled from commercially available components, but it is not enough now to buy something from the market to be applied for such uses. So you have to provide it with software to coordinate the operation. So we have the component that is related with managing communication to prioritize different type of messages. When we have a voice communication by satellite, in order not to charge the link too much. The data are withheld and not to stop the voice communication. So this is the equipment we use to prioritize different communication channels and application software that allows the headquarters or the field quarters manage the whole operation, receive information, have a visual of the operation. One of the application is the visualization of rescuer positions during the action, or confronting it with the weather maps to know how the weather could change. The project provides for a demonstration to be, well, as real as possible. We will equip the rescue boat in Greece with our terminal, satellite terminal, and all the accompanying equipment, and we'll pretend that there is no terrestrial connection. So we will try to see how effective this SAR operation may be without ground communication and based on the satellite communication. So, and the third scenario will be slightly different because it will be an operation that is aimed at protecting against contamination. We as a company provide technological components, terminals, equipment to be tested, and we also develop test scenarios and other use cases, not only required by our end users. And we have the International Security and Emergency Management Institute that takes it, and so we have also Hellenic Rescue Team, a voluntary search and rescue team. They provided us with the maps that I showed you, and the police that is also responsible for protection against contamination in Slovakia, and another partner which is supporting us in implementing the project, is Virotech. Thank you very much for your kind attention. You may stay where you are, and we will try. What doubts do you have? What questions you want to ask? What subjects you would like to be developed more? As I see, there is no need for asking questions now after lunch. Well, so we have to leave you with that. So there's no questions. So maybe a representative of Mountain Rescue Team. I would like to ask about your cooperation with GOPR, TOPR. No, we haven't even contacted them. But really, the result of this project, this particular project, would be very useful for the mountain rescue team from Tatra Mountains. Well, Rafał Kubacki, Tatra Mountain Rescue Team, you were talking about the boat tests in Greece, but where do you want to run the mountain tests? Because I have a suggestion in terms of regions. Oh, well, it also will be in Greece. That's what our scenario plans for. And I may ask if we can give it a try and do it together with Slovakian team within one scenarios. If the Poland is responsible for creating scenario, we can do it in Tatra Mountains, in the Tatra Mountains. Yeah, Mr. Rafał, did you like this presentation? Well, for us, it is important that we base our communications on a specific band, and on Alpine band, because here in Tatra Mountains we have a lot of blank spots where you cannot have any type of communication, or so maybe the satellite communication would be a nice alternative, especially because we are very dependent on the weather conditions. And our alternator works differently because it's on Polish side, and we have to carry out cross-border operation. Then we have problems with using our converter. And what do you use on a daily basis? We use radio phones of Motorola or PBO, and some BTR modulation, so it's a very simple radio communication. So we have white spots. We have some analog channels at our disposals, well, and then the digital channels are really very fallible. Sometimes they can be used and sometimes not. It's like and it's like with the television. Before it was it worked poorly, but it worked. But now it's either you have a top-notch reception, or you don't have anything. It's the same with communication. Yes, you're right in what you say. Our colleagues use analog communication and digital communication, and they use digital communication as a backup. We use digital communications because our radio telephones have the positioning functionality, so it is fine to see where the other rescuers are. So for the manager of the emergency, it is very important. Thank you very much for this inputs. Yes. Thank you very much for the presentation, for your readiness, and I hope that you will show up in Tatra Mountains with your project soon. And now, Aleksander Nowak. Good morning. My name is Aleksander Nowak. I have the honor to represent Health Systems Company. Our president were to attend this conference, but she couldn't come before because of other commitments. I am happy to be here because I could listen the other presenters, and I hope I will be a good replacement for Mrs. President.
Much better now. I'd like to tell you a few words today about credible information dealing with positioning, navigational information, and time, and what role it plays in crisis management. I think we'll all agree that in all kinds of management, especially in crisis management, such reliable, credible information regarding time, information on time, information that is on an ongoing basis, that is based on fact, is of key importance. It's difficult to make right decisions if they're based on wrong facts. So among the information that we need for crisis management, it's difficult not to agree that information about position is of key importance. Information about the location allows us to make the right decisions. That's what I would like to talk about today. We know that satellite positioning systems have been used now for almost a couple of decades, and they provide information in real time and ENP system. However, the question is whether this information is always available. And the second question is whether it's available, can you actually trust it? It's a topic that I've been dealing with since the early 2000, since the early 2000s, my education basically was parallel to the development of the field. I started studies in 1995. I think that was the year when the full operational capabilities of GPS was declared. I did my master's thesis in the year 2000. This is when the European Galileo project was launched, a project aimed at building a European navigational system, satellite navigational systems, and it's also the date when Americans turned on selective availability of GPS, thanks to that civil sphere received access to it, and accuracy increased tenfold. So a certain quantum jump took part in accuracy, which, in comparison with the availability of GPS receivers, created a true revolution. GPS, GMSS, became the fundamental tool, not just for positioning, but also for time synchronization. That started to create controversies because among professional navigators or people who deal with data transfer, there was this awareness that, well, what will happen if GNSS is tampered with? Now, have such situations happened? Initially, not really, but later it turned out that it's relatively simple to build a device that interferes with the signal, and it's also a very effective tool for radio electronic warfare. Before I move on to more concrete information, I'd like to present the profile of the company. Hertz Systems is a company with over 30 years of experience. 100% of the capital, it's Polish capital. One of the shareholders is the Polish Development Fund. The company has a lot of experience in international projects for EDA, for NATO, and for ESA. It also took part in Horizon 2020. It has its own R&D department, deals for production, servicing, and development of not just military receivers for satellite navigation, but also other devices connected with modern technology. The company has provided over 2,000 military receivers with SASM module, the selective availability and the spoofing model, for the Polish Army. We have safety certificates, both on the national and international level, and we can order from state agencies, from NCA. I mentioned briefly the threats that first functioned only theoretically. There are these theories that GPS might provide false information due to malfunction of satellite, for example, that might result in mistakes in navigation or positioning. My PhD not really dealt with that. It rather dealt with the algorithm dealing with detection, eliminations of such threats. However, in those days, it was really looked at in the context of faulty functioning of satellites or unfavorable measuring environment. For example, the receiver did not measure the distance to the satellite, but the entire path of the signal, which reflects from buildings, for example, and then reaches the satellite, which means mistakes in positioning. However, the situation connected with, let's call it, combat use or military use of interfering or of spoofing, it was something that did not really function in Polish sphere of thinking. It happened somewhere out there, maybe sometimes far away. I remember that we tried to initiate a project with the Naval Academy and the Gdańsk Polytechnic. A project was aimed at monitoring a system of interference of GMSS system here in the Bay of Gdańsk, because here in the Bay of Gdańsk we have a number of infrastructure objects, facilities which are within the radius of military interference equipment which is stationed in the Kaliningrad region. However, they didn't happen often, such cases sporadically, but they were treated as incidents. However, when the conflict in Syria erupted, Russia started to interfere with the satellite navigation on mass scale. And it was turned off on a really large, within a really large area. Also in our zone, in our region, very often we've detected jamming of civilian signals. The Norwegians noted it during NATO exercises. Sporadically, we also had problems here, close to the Kaliningrad region, and recently we've had stronger interference at the turn of 2023-24. Why this system of interfering, of spoofing satellite navigation system is used? Well, because it's a very popular tool which gives location coordinates, plus it's used for times synchronization. Perhaps time synchronization should be put in the first place here rather than positioning, because it's more important. In November 2021, there was a significant interference in GPS signal at the border of pro-Russian regions controlled by Russian separatists in Gdańsk, controlled by Russia, and Lugansk and Donetsk. In 2022, a number of interferences was detected in the border between Ukraine and Belarus. That clearly pointed to purposeful measures taken by Russian forces to destabilize defenses of the other side. And the problem is that such actions have direct impact on the safety of all of us, all of those who are not directly involved in the conflict, because interfering with satellite signal creates problems in air traffic. According to data in the period from the 15th, 16th of March this year, 863 planes had problem with navigation, 873 planes had problems navigating in the Baltic Sea Basin. Finnish airlines even cancelled one of the connections due to a regular interference with the GNSS system. Now the question is, what can you do about it? Can anything be done? Well, one of the ways, not the only one of the more effective measures, is using anti-interference receivers, which are equipped with special antennas, and they are offered by Hertz Systems. The company is a manufacturer of receivers which provide such protections in case of dynamic multi-directional interferences. These systems eliminate interference created with radiation from interference equipment from a given direction. The system also has the possibility of pointing to the direction of the emission. It shows the azimuth and elevation of the interfering signal. The system is equipped with CRPA antenna, which can cut out these sectors, colloquially speaking, the sectors from which the interference comes. That is, the system simply can ascertain that the interference comes from a given direction or a spoofing signal. And at that point, the antenna stops taking into account information that comes from that direction. In this situation, when we have measurements to a greater number of satellites, then the loss of a few satellites does not really create a problem. At that point, much more safer is not taking some of that constellation and navigational solution rather than taking wrong measurements into account, especially in a situation when these interferences come from satellites which are relatively low over the horizon. And taking into account the way that positioning is done in case of individual errors, there might appear quite a mistake in positioning if we use these satellites. It's not really a resistant solution. The company also produced this mini model of the receiver, which is also equipped with inertia-based system, which is able to maintain precision of the position in situation when GNSS signal is disappearing. Sometimes maintaining the position for minutes is enough to maintain continuity of positioning, because the interference is very often of shorter duration. Besides, this could be unintentional, and it has a very temporary character. It's also possible. The device is very small. It's like 2 packs of cigarettes, one on top of each other, more or less. I'm not really a smoker, but I think that's about the size. It weighs 400 grams. It's light, so it can be used as an element of individual equipment. The company participates in projects connected with regular access to satellite navigational system, including Galileo PRS, and it's also part of the GOD project, and its key element is increasing defense capability by developing military technologies based on Galileo. Heart System here is responsible for preparing a military receiver for land platforms. One of the centers of the firm is in the Park of Space Technologies in the city of Zielona Góra. The park is equipped with a very advanced simulator, which allows not just simulating constellations of the system of satellite navigations, but also simulating jamming and spoofing, which, of course, provides a great tool for testing various types of solutions based on GMSS, which are aimed at increasing the credibility of satellite positioning and checking whether a given solution has a chance to work well in operational conditions. Thank you very much for your attention, and I encourage you to ask questions. Thank you very much. And let me check, are there any questions from you? We do have one. Wojciech. It is being said that interfering with the GNSS system by Russia has the biggest effect on planes. Is that purposeful action on part of the Russians, or is there a certain limitation of these interference systems? It's definitely purposeful, because basically they can send interference to any space. If you imagine a piece of equipment that's placed on a land vehicle, then obviously the level of interference on land will be lower than if you emit above. However, Russians use aviation very widely in combat missions, aviations that is equipped with interference systems, and then they can jam land objects, vehicles on ground, etc. So you can interfere with both with objects in the air, on land, at sea, and it's much easier on land than at sea. Can they actually interfere in such a way as not to interfere with their own system? Interfering basically, it's good to be more precise when you want to answer this question, because you can have very primitive interference. For example, at a given frequency where a system is working, you generate a signal at very high intensity, which eliminates all users. this width. But we can speak about more advanced methods when we generate a signal which is very close to the signal in which a satellite navigation system is working. These systems use access to radio channel, therefore such intelligent interference also has this character that it can attack particular users working in a given band and not all users. So the answer to your question is yes. Yes, it can be done in such a way to only attack those who you want to attack and to leave a usable system to your own users, especially if you are talking about military applications. And this is what these modules in the GPS systems are used. Are there any other questions? I do have a question from a layman. Could you tell us what's the intention when it comes to interference which applies to aviation? Is this sort of a nuisance, or does it really have a very, very frightening effect? Both. If you follow the history of interference, you will find various examples. Initially, it was thought that the GPS system is resistant to interference, that the way the system is transported can't be interfered with. But at some moment, a young person from the UK built the first piece of equipment for a small amount of money, and it ended up in the internet. And it became the actual favorite tool of drivers who had monitoring systems in their cars. And there were many cases of unintentional interfering with relatively serious infrastructure. There's one funny example when a truck driver in the United States was going from A to B, and along the way he stopped, and it turned out that in the neighborhood a good friend of his was living. So he had this great idea: why should he sleep in the parking lot? It's much better to visit his friend and spend the night there with her. So logical thinking. Of course, another logical step was to turn off the GPS, to turn on the GPS interference so his boss wouldn't know. But everything went well. But in the morning, he was waken up by police signals because it turned out his piece of equipment actually interfered with cellular telephony system, which stopped functioning. And police came in, and he ended up in the headlines. Another interesting case, for example, there were malfunctioning of a clock at the stock exchange in London, and it turned out that the cause was that it was a baker who was. There was actually some technician that was using the interference device to make his work easier, not to register all of his moves, so to speak. There was some individual particular interest at play. On the other hand, we have very serious players involved as well. So also we can have desynchronization of data transfer, where very often we have satellite systems that are used as synchronizers. On the other hand, we also have actions aimed at making the opponent incapable, cutting him off from crucial information on the battlefield. And we also have defense systems based on interference, where until recently the best method of defending against drones, mostly civilian drones used in the so-called hybrid war, was interfering the satellite navigational system, which basically making the drone land where the interference appeared. Now we have more advanced systems. For example, Hertz Systems also has a drone defense system based on spoofing, that is basically which can force a civilian drone to fly a certain route that we plan on our monitor, which is quite impressive. I invite you to a demonstration of Hertz systems where we can see how a civilian drone the control over it is taken over. And there is no way of avoiding that. Of course, there are always ways. It doesn't always work ideally. Of course, from marketing point of view, I could say it works always great, wonderful. No, it's not always ideal, but it always modifies, destabilizes the initial flight path, or basically very often the drone drops or flies to a point, to a destination we established. Thank you very much, Alexander. Thank you for all this information. And we all thank you. A round of applause.
Now I would like to give the floor to the president of GISS, Global. I apologize for the president because he is now visiting the installation of radar in Gdańsk, so I'm replacing him. My name is Bartosz Peas. I'm the director responsible for international sales and international market developments, and I'm replacing our president, Mr. Pusian. And in my presentation, I would focus on satellite system in terms of crisis management, mainly on GISAT systems, because our company specializes in this type of solutions, where we have been for the 5 years the main provider for the Polish armed forces as a producer and designer of these systems. About emergencies and crises, we were talking a lot during those 2 days. I would like to add that the information is a weapon nowadays, and if we have full control over a communication channel, this provides us with security, and this is an important part of national security systems. As a GISAT representative, I will focus on the subject that our company deals with. So I would like to direct your thoughts to the subject that the satellite communication will not be the universal cure for any diseases of this world. So it's one element of the system. So the system has to be redundant. There has to be alternative of the different types of communications, and the mobile component for the blank spots where the communication is missing. GISAT proposal for crisis management. In the context of our country, we can imagine a very simple system with a hub, a managing station located on Polish territory, or in the territory of one of our allies. Then for 3 different levels, RCBs, voivodeships, and districts, we create 3 different networks, and of course there may be many different networks, but in this very simple system equipped with infrastructure and terminals I've mentioned, there is exponential growth of possibility to deal with emergencies. And how do we find ourselves in this area? You usually get the information that the important is to be independent from the ground infrastructure. We as 21st century citizens consider connectivity as something that is easily available. Well, okay, I have it on me. I have a telephone, different frequencies available, camera, fiber optic connection. So it's a lot of ground infrastructure that is enabling this device to work. So please, I will remind you to the photo of flooded area that Mr. Dzik presented to you, and let's imagine that all the ground infrastructure that is used by this very cell phone is flooded, it's covered with water. So what we do now? So if a state is well prepared, it has well-configured SATCOM network, so it is very easy to take a terminal, satellite terminal in the endangered zone, in the affected zone. So it's Manpack. You can put it up in 5 minutes and establish communication in another 5 minutes. So 1 meter long satellite terminal can be put in a backpack. A bigger one that provides a bigger throughput can be installed on a pickup or a truck. Otherwise, this network is very scalable. It can be developed to any extent, depending on the needs on a specific place. The control over the network, especially in case of the GISAT systems, where they are partially controlled by the state. So we do not control satellites yet. So we can have the control over the full, complete loop of communication. Well, to be trustworthy, we have to also touch upon the challenges for this network, because there is a cost of launching this system. The satellite system is quite expensive, and today we get requests from many units and from many places in Poland, so we can use a synergy effect. We do not need a management station, a central station for each of those customers. We can have a single management system, so the costs may be distributed among different clients, different units, different agencies. We also can establish new constellations apart from VSAT for non-critical traffic. Non-critical because contemporary LEO and MEO traffic are in the hands of external entities, completely external. So we are dependent on an external provider, so they may switch off the service in the moment when we most need it. So we would like to have something different for us. So we need to discuss in Poland if it is not time to invest in our proper satellite. There are different opinions in this room, because, well, some people say we are not in lonely island, and there is it's international environment, and we can use their satellites, the satellites of our big important partners and allies, and we can secure ourselves with that. But I think that this is thing that we have to consider. But in a month time, Spain will launch their first satellite, communication satellite. Spanish Ministry of Defense combined its efforts with private sector, and they do it because they reviewed their needs, and they spent the most among the NATO countries for the satellite band. So they thought that it will be beneficial for them over time, and it will pay back. And about the weather conditions, when we change our satellite band to our terminals are prepared for that. Of course, you have to aim appropriately your terminal at a satellite. So historically, you can see people with spectrum analyzers. But together, today we integrate the analyzing equipment, spectrum analyzing equipment, with the terminals. So they take the functions, and the operator is also following the suggestions that are given by this terminal functionality. SATCOM, an example of use in emergency communication. Here we have the area affected by an emergency. We have a backpack terminal. We put it up in 10 minutes, and it provides us with broadband communication or broadband transmission possibilities, so we can transmit sound or video signal of a high resolution. And then we have a mini workstation for the police, where you can connect Tetra base station with the terminal and establish a Tetra network that uses satellite links. These are the places that were affected by natural disaster and that caused destruction to critical infrastructure and switched off services. It was 1 year ago, flood in Germany, earthquake in Turkey, earthquakes in Italy, migration crisis in Germany this year. Our worker was going to Germany, and just after he crossed the border, he saw a command post of police, German police, that is directing the traffic of people and the cars. And, well, it is difficult to overlook a satellite antenna, so probably they have it connected to a personal database that has personal data, and they control the traffic of people. The Marshal or Iridium telephone bases. We have also, there are some sort satellitary telephony is used only by different units. There is UHF Taxat, which has limited access to satellite. And there's a LEO-MEO technology used by Starlink. And SATCOM, broadband SATCOM, provides us with infrastructure in terms of hub, or third-party hub. We can buy something like that, but the management station and the whole traffic is managed by a third party. The current status in Poland for VSAT systems, it's nowadays it's managed by the military, by the armed forces. They have the administrators to the Ministry of Defense, and it is very important because the infrastructure in Poland, in a situation when ministries consider what approach they should take, it is very important to achieve the effect of compatibility in case the redundancy of those networks is needed. So the decision makers should not forget the needs of Polish industry and the offer of the Polish industry, because we already contribute to the projects that are conducted by state authorities. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, and I would like to take a look if there are any questions from the room. Yeah, there is one question from the room. Alexander Nowak, once again, good morning. So I try to participate in this conference in this forum. Well, I will refer to what I said. The ground infrastructure for the satellite communication is as much important as the equipment in space, although we may think differently. But without the ground infrastructure, the system loses its autonomy. How is it for the communication equipment? Is the ground equipment so important? So let's ask the first question. Depends on how we build the network. I was showing you the managing station. The managing station is very important, and it's good to have it. In Poland, it will be one station and one backup station. This station is very easy to build or replace, move it, because it's a mobile station. So the infrastructure is autonomous, the ground infrastructure, and it also depends on configuration of the modems, because the terminals they may communicate between one another. I mean, between terminals. So when the management station is destroyed, so it is a very specific feature of those terminals. My second question is about using this station, the fixed line equipment, and it is very low over the horizon here. So do you predict or forecast some interference, intentional or unintentional? Well, this is a very important issue of budget link. I mean, the satellite link. We are targeting with the elevation over up to 20 degrees, so we cannot afford this type of terminals. Polish antennas do not work well with that system. The technology, which uses parabolic antenna with the amplifiers that are available commercially, is sufficient. Sometimes the modem is saturated but there is still a lot of place in the satellite link. So the satellites themselves and the hardware, they have their own paths of development, and they are very fast. Thank you for this question, and thank you for the presentation. Please give our regards to Mr. President of your company. Thank you very much. Please give the presenter a lot of a prize. And there's a good news for you, because there is a good coffee break with us. It should take at least 20 minutes if it is to be sufficient. And now we have almost half an hour for a coffee break, so it will be a good coffee break. But before that, I would like to ask you to take out your cell phones, and I would like to add that after the coffee break, Justyna Radełkiewicz-Musiał will have an introduction to Cassini initiative, and then we will have a discussion panel with startup companies that deal with crisis management. In this survey, we ask what type of telecommunication services are most important during the SAR operations. It's video and voice communication without interference, streamlined video or high-resolution imagery from everyday mapping, or the connectivity between the coordination teams and management teams. So, and the last option is access to internet. I see that you are voting, so most, at 80% says the most important is real-time connection between control center and working teams, and access to internet also had like points, and then sending high resolution images was also the third choice. And so that the regulation about crisis management should cover the satellite services. So the answer is yes, there's no need, and I don't know. So now 29 respondents said yes, so it should cover satellite services. So I would call it a consensus, because almost 90% is yes. If there was a vote for or against the coffee break, I think that there will be 100% for the coffee breaks. who of you thinks that this scenography here is really exceptional and impressive? I hope that we just take it for granted. Thank you to our scenographs and event specialists. Well, it looks really nice and it's really elegant. And in this elegant way, I welcome you to the last session of this day. I'm happy to have all of you here in this room and online guests as well. So it's about Cassini. We start with the Cassini. She's working for the European Union. Justyna Radokiewicz will. Good morning once again. I had an opportunity to talk with many of you, but now officially I'd like to greet you in the name of EUSPA. Everything has been explained to you. What are the activities of our agency, and today we explain how we deal with emergency situation and how our products can be used. And I am managing the EU program, EU Commission program Cassini, and I would like to come back to our conversation from this morning because you asked me what I remembered from our Gdańsk tour. And I told you about the Latin inscription on Golden Gate on Długa Street, and I couldn't remember what was the translation of this Latin inscription. And this inscription says that small republics are growing with court agreement, and big republics fall when they are in disaccord. So this quote dates to the Hansa times when the Gdańsk city of Gdańsk was flourishing, and after this Hansa association was dissolved, then all the towns fall back. So we are doing mainly the same thing. We try to unite the space sector because it is perceived as a niche sector in most of the countries it is present, and you are like the first birds that announced the spring. And we try to create a platform, an opportunity for many companies to cooperate together and make the space sector growth, space industry grow. So I encourage you to cooperate with us. And if one of our company gets a non-space customer, it's a value for the whole sector. And if the whole sector grows, we will all benefit. So now I will talk about Cassini program, what opportunities we offer, what funding or financial possibilities there are for you, and well, the presentation will take around 15 minutes. Cassini is an initiative of the European Commission that we implement together. The budget of this initiative is €1 billion, so it is a lot of funding for the taking, and it is to grow the space sector in Europe. Cassini initiative is independent from the satellite technology, so we invite companies that develop applications for Earth observation, satellite communication, or that build components that can be put into orbit. We try to accompany a partner company in their development. Think how to use their ideas or concepts in the outer space and on the ground, and we finance afterwards that companies at the period where the startups grow, and we try to create an ecosystem, a network of companies, of European companies that may establish very interesting partnerships and use each other's knowledge and expertise. In practice, Cassini program was started in 2021, and for the last 3 years we have provided support from 300 more than 600 companies. And after my presentation, I would have a pleasure to moderate a panel with 4 startup companies that have used Cassini funding, and 3 of them are Polish-based companies, Poland-based companies. Apart from providing the finance, we establish connections with the private companies, and we have 400 million euros have been collected or fundraised by those companies outside of the Cassini program. So as you can see down here, there are various, large variety of companies that take part in our programs. Component producers, either aerospace, which are launching satellites to orbits, companies that process satellite data, and like QSite that combine satellite technologies with quantum technologies. So it is a great variety of different companies. So generally, Cassini is perceived as a program for startups, but any company can join us. And you may participate only in one component of the Cassini, and you still receive the funding, and you become the part of the family. You have the Cassini branding available, and you can use any opportunity that we offer. What particularly do we have for you in Cassini? So we offer you cooperation with investors. 2 years ago, we had just several investment, but you couldn't count them on both with the fingers of both hands. But during those 2 years, we cooperated the European investment banks in promoting our program, and now we have 50 investors available that officially added the area of activity, space technology. So there's a great opportunity for each startups. Not every company is eligible for this funding, or based on venture capital, but it is a great opportunity for European companies, especially. The more and more companies are joining the Cassini program. What is Cassini program? It's 6 different components that with different goals and different target groups. So first is the knowledge base. On EUSPA website, we have EUSpace Academy. This is a set of online training courses that can be taken for free. It may be continuous learning opportunity. So a student may take all the modules and receive certificate for all the modules, but it may be an interesting point even for companies that are already operating in the space sector, because we have training courses on combining space technology with quantum technologies, or training courses about providing solutions for government customers. What certificates do you need to operate on that market? So there are many interesting courses. Encourage you to get to know our offer. We have now more than 1,000 graduates of our courses, and we have very interesting partners for these courses, like International Space University provides lecturers for our courses. And as for specific opportunities for the companies, when a company starts to create applications, they have general ideas. So on this basic stage, the company may use Cassini hackathons. So it is a weekend, one weekend event when companies present their ideas with some basic codings. It is interesting from 2 points of view, because the universities, research centers, innovation centers may apply to us to be organizers of such events. We had 2 such hackathons in Poland, one in Krakow, one in Gdańsk several years ago. But also it is great opportunity for students or people outside of the space sector that would like to check themselves, would like to establish a company, share their idea. It is not a generator of new startups. After one weekend and after one PowerPoint presentation, you won't expect a successful company to emerge on the market. But we were surprised that really, as a result of those hackathons, 6 companies were created. So our aim is promoting satellite technologies, going outside of the space industry and attract more people to this industry. And the hackathons gathered more than 2,000 people, so it is an opportunity to share the knowledge. And during the development stage of the company, when an idea is turned into prototype and the prototype is turned into product, we have an offer for such startups. We gather ideas, prototypes and products, and we award them with awards ranging from 10,000 to 100,000 euro, and we award 40 companies that attend our Cassini Entrepreneurship Days, which is our annual event, to advertise themselves and to join the Cassini family. Here you have like a showcase what were the awards this year and what were the challenges this year. And the next edition will be announced this September. We had 500 participants of those events, and more than 70 companies were awarded. And these are the winners of the last year: Murmuration, Waterjade, Ajuma, Clear Sky, Vision. These are mostly data analysts in tourist sector. For instance, they offer their services to hotels, how to become more green hotel using satellite data. And there was also an excellent algorithm of removing clouds from satellite images. After Cassini challenges, we have the Cassini Business Accelerator project. We expect applications from the company that have generated first revenues. They have first customers. So the companies that need to boost their business to develop more, because 90% companies in space sector are very technically biased. Their whole team is really technically oriented, and they need some marketing boost. So we help those companies within a period of 6 months to develop a sales strategy, so to be more sales oriented and to find customers and work out a marketing strategy. After this 6-month period of preparing business strategy, they get 75,000 euro to introduce the developed activities. After this period of 6 months, they get the voucher for that amount. And these are the results for the first 20 companies that participated in Business Accelerator. And during that program, they already sold solutions that were using Earth observation or satellite communication for the amount of 224,000 euro, and they employed many people, including 20% of female employees, and these are excellent results for 20 companies. So during the business accelerator, if each of the companies on average employed 10 people. Here we have Exolaunch, Latitude, the Unseen Labs, so different areas, data analysis, upstream and downstream services, so very varied range of companies. And then when the company is established on the market, has its first customers, then it can join the Cassini matchmaking. And here we open doors for everybody, because Cassini matchmaking gives an opportunity to become a part of our network. We, as EUSPA, finance the one event per month under the Cassini program. Here are the events we participate this year, because formally this event is not promoted as a Cassini matchmaking. But this year we will be the European Rover Challenge in Krakow and in Dresden, and Space Tax Expo in Bremen, EIC in Milan. So what the companies get during the matchmaking? When the company is selected for the Cassini matchmaking program, we pay their participation in events, give them opportunity to present themselves. So we organize pitching sessions where the company has the opportunity to present themselves, and we invite investors and operational partners. So if you represent a big company, you may participate as Cassini matchmaking as a corporate partner. So I encourage you to do so, because this gives a big opportunity, especially for small companies or low-budget companies, that they have not enough funds to promote themselves. So such an event gives a great opportunity to advertise. We organize more than 10 such events a year, and from these 27 countries, more than 200 startups is using this opportunity every year. Apart from that, we have the funds of funds, because why all those investors started funding in space technologies in the first place? Because there is a fund available in World Bank in the amount of 1 billion euro, and they distribute this funding to investors, and then they have resources to invest in those new technologies. You can also invest directly your own funds. European Space Agency, together with European Commissions, create a Helios space stock. And it is very interesting to monitor it, because you can analyze the stock exchange to see if it is worthwhile investing in space technologies. And the last piece of information I wanted to give you is the invitation to Cassini Entrepreneurship Days of this year. So it is annual meeting of all the startups that cooperate with us under the Cassini program. We have already 400 guests to be present there on that event. The event is almost sold out, but we still can invite some of you. This is an annual event. It takes place every year, and it is a great opportunity to get to know the companies. It's 400 people, so it's not a big event. So everybody is able to network with all the participants. And the last two slides are about Fundamental Elements program, because in EUSPA we have other programs, not only Cassini. Cassini is one of the programs. We have Horizon Europe program, and we are in the process of evaluating the results of this program. So we will have to wait for the next context. And Fundamental Elements is a program for companies that create solutions for ground stations or ground hardware. So we have a competition. We are launching Galileo precision. Galileo has. So we have announced several tenders for maritime transport, for road transport, and for more precise, Galileo has. You can find everything on our website. You can contact me through LinkedIn if you got lost with in this plethora of information, but you still malorient yourself. I think it would say thank you very much for this introduction. Are there any questions from the room to Justyna? If not, I will answer the question you probably asked yourself, because we have removed one chair. Probably Orbifile Jakub Dziwisz Orbifile is not here, but there's Evelina. Evelina, you are no. Evelina will replace Jakub, so let's get this chair back. Okay, so the chair is back. We can start the panel. Here are additional mics, so you can take the floor and head the ceremony. You can present the invited guests. Is it working? Yeah. So I'm pleasured to invite 4 guests to the floor, and I'm happy to invite representatives of Polish companies that are part of the Cassini family, but the program has representatives from companies all over Europe. So I invite Pani Kalemba-Domagała, that she will be representing Orbify, Przemysław Iskrzak representing Rectangle, Mr. Krzysztof Kanawka representing Blue Dot Solutions.
And now we will switch to English.
Teraz
From Germany, and this is Pia Forstein from Aurora Tech. So Pia, this is why I kept you last, because I was following with Polish, and then I realized that now we have to become European again. So thank you very much for accepting this invitation. I'm really excited to share with the audience all your fascinating solutions. And because you are part of Cassini, of course, you passed a lot of stages of different evaluations to be here. So I would like to first maybe ask you to briefly introduce yourself and the company, and then we will go into details related to crisis management. So Evelina, maybe you can start.
Okay. Hello, my name is Evelina Kalemba. I am from Orbify. I'm COO and one of the co-founders of this company. Orbify is an environmental intelligence platform. So we deliver the solution for mostly companies that need to assess their natural resources. Our main customers for now are developers and buyers from carbon offset market, and also companies that need to verify their compliance with UDR, so European regulation against the deforestation. So the companies that may cause deforestation, and if they are willing to sell their products in European Union, they need to prove that they do not cause deforestation. So markets like coffee producers, cacao producers, natural rubber producers, oil plantations.
So can we say that you are basically transforming the EO data into information for different users?
Into insights, not even information, into insights. So we try to empower the companies that don't have resources to hire their own Earth observation specialists or remote sensing engineers into their companies to make decisions on Earth observation data. Because we know that, well, there are tons of information, terabytes of information coming from satellites, and the barrier of using them is very high because you need to have this Earth observation expertise. You need to know what kind of indicators you need to take into consideration to understand. I don't know, your biomass density or vegetation health. And to make a decision, you need lots of people and lots of resources. So we make it as easy as possible for small companies, NGOs, that cannot afford their own teams of specialists.
I understand. And if I remember correctly, you were part of Cassini Business Accelerator.
Yes.
So why was the motivation to join Cassini, and how was the experience for you?
We joined the first batch, so, well, we didn't know what to expect, but we were we had high hopes, and our expectations were exceeded, because for me it was very rewarding experience and very, it gave us a lot of knowledge, a lot of experience, but also for me personally, because it was like the moment when I switched to the CEO position, and I was provided with mentoring from very experienced people, and I really appreciate it. But also for our company, it was very beneficial because one of the main things that we achieved during Cassini Business Accelerator was some sales knowledge. We have people from engineering, we have people from observation, we have people from marketing. That is maybe not very usual for companies at this stage, but we lacked sales knowledge. And one of the mentor, Patrick, really helped us to set up the sales process. And yes, we also were able to close some deals during the Cassini Business Accelerator.
I see. You mentioned that you do analytics, for example, in deforestation, this environmental analytics. And how would you link what you do with crisis management?
Oh, okay. It's a very good question, and to be honest, it is something that our customers are already doing, because our platform enables, for example, early detection and monitoring of the resources. So by constantly analyzing satellite imageries and all other satellite data, we can detect early signs of natural hazards, like we can track the changes into the vegetation health that may indicate, for example, drought. Thanks to real-time or near real-time updates of the process and the progression of hazard, we can act as an early warning system for the affected communities or stakeholders. Our customers are using our platform also for impact assessment. So after the event happened, analyzing higher source of data, they can estimate what kind of damages they suffered. And also, taking into consideration the indicators, they can plan the recovery accordingly. Our customers also use our platform for planning and preparing to those events, because we can create risk maps. So to, analyzing historical data and modeling the future, we can estimate what kind of hazards are the most probable to occur in the specific area. And on one hand, it helps with land use planning, and on the other hand, it helps to create scenarios to prepare in case this situation happens. So the better we understand what kind of risks may affect our projects, our plots, our plantations, the more detailed scenarios we have, and the better we can prepare to the situation in the future.
I understand.
And I can go on.
Yes, of course. Just one question, because here we heard from users that are, in the government, rescue services and so on. Who else could be interested in that type of data from your potential customers?
Well, insurance companies, also banks, all the, as I mentioned, carbon offset markets. So I think that those, but also some of our customers have really close cooperation with their communities, because if you work on afforestation or prevent deforestation, you need to have your community support. So that's also why we developed the mobile application to have this contact with the community. So I would say community also is very important.
Interesting. Okay, we will go back to it. Now I would like to move from software to hardware. Przemek, your company is developing some solutions also for crisis management linked to drones. Can you explain us what you do?
Okay, so my name is Przemysław Iskrzak. I'm CEO at Rectangle. Our company offers product and development services increasing the security of PNT applications. So today we talk a lot about issues related to GNSS signals distortions like jamming or spoofing attacks. So we deal with this kind of threats. Speaking further about the company, so very important, let's say, activity is being present in different organizations. We cooperate with European Defense Agency, where we are the member of 3 working groups that called CAPTEX. So together with companies from whole Europe, we defined the technology standards that's supposed to be used to provide the security and safety for the European citizens. Moreover, we are involved in ISA Business Incubation Center Poland, where we help also the young entrepreneurs who want to make first steps in the space business, and of course cooperate with other Polish companies associated in different technology clusters. Moreover, a very important aspect is research and development. For instance, during last 5 years, we spent over 10 million Polish złotych for research and development activities, developing the technology which is later on turned on into the product that we can offer to the market, offer to the customer.
So among others, one of your products is the kind of anti-jamming receiver, we can say.
Yes. Right now, we develop and starting the commercialization of the add-on device that can support the existing GNSS installations. We heard about jamming threats a lot of yesterday, and today many words was told. So we can provide to the customers very effective and high-end solution that makes the GNSS services available and reliable, and provides the access to trusted PNT service.
So I think that we understand well why it is important for crisis management. But you were also alumni of Cassini, right? Can you explain us a bit about that?
Yeah. We were attending to the second batch of the program, which was recently finished. So what I must say, it was quite tough to get there. The competition was really very strong. So we were lucky. We were in the group of 21 companies selected from the whole Europe. The evaluation process was very tough. So first of all, you had to have a product. You had to present your team. Also, your financial statement was evaluated. But finally, we succeed. We get to the program. It lasts 6 months. And I didn't think that after almost 20 years in the business, I can still learn a lot from business coaches from the whole Europe. It was quite amazing experience.
Thank you. I think we can move to Krzysztof from Rudot Solutions. Can you explain us about your company and your product line?
Okay. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Chris. I represent a company here from Gdańsk named Blue Dot Solutions. Blue Dot is the planet Earth, so we work for solutions related to our planet Earth. Namely, we are working in Earth observations and GNSS. In Earth observations, mostly it's related to urban development, agriculture, and possibly some other options. Whereas in case of GNSS, we had a number of projects related to, for example, conversion of raw measurements from GNSS receiver to something usable, and to have a higher precision, for example. And now, recently, we've been working also on some secondary options that might not be related to GNSS on its own, but could be important in case, for example, when GNSS signals are unavailable. This is super important right now, as we know, because, well, just 70, 80 kilometers away from here, there are some powerful jammers, and there's a question, what to do if the GNSS signal is completely unavailable? So this is what we want to do. And final thing that we do is we also do a little bit on the business side. So we help other startups. We have had a business accelerator named Space 3AC, which since 2016 supported well over 150 startups, not from space. Not all of them were from space, but a number of them were from space. And they received a grant, total grants of a value of something like 10 million euros. Typically, it was a very interesting first step for a number of the startups that had a chance to communicate and to start cooperating with large industries, like major oil and gas company, major insurance company, one of the biggest banks in Poland. So some of those entities that could use new technologies, including space technologies, but so far were never using this. So all of those experiences give us a nice view on what's happening here on the market in Poland, both the opportunities and challenges, of course. And also, we also see what are the trends. So obviously, as my friend said previously, there's a lot of things happening in GNSS, and we would like to move it forward in this case. Also from the little bit non-typical, non-conventional side.
Thank you, Krzysztof. And I think that here you can really see the cooperation spirit, because we have startups that were supported and now are supporting others. And this is really what we try to stimulate also in Cassini. And Krzysztof, in particular for crisis management, what would be the example that you would give of your work related to that?
Okay, so in our particular case, when we think about crisis management, of course, we think about, for example, commercial opportunities when it comes to crisis management. So let's turn this question upside down, or from a completely different perspective. What happens if a bank, for example, is unavailable to provide services? What happens if, for example, transportation company cannot provide services? There's kind of a crisis that could impact also some commercial operations, which are important. Then obvious question is how to reduce the risk, how to provide a technological solution, technological backup, for example, to some of those activities. This is what we are working right now on. This is one of the systems that right now is being introduced in Poland, which constitutes from a long-wave radio emitter here in the middle of Poland, which provides some information about time. It's not as precise as GNSS, but it could be useful if anything else fails, as simple as it is. So then you could synchronize your devices, you could see what's the time. It can operate both underground and, of course, in open air. So why not use such an opportunity to have a backup system and then introduce it wherever it's important. Now, one of super important things in this particular case is that some of those recent disturbances, they are obvious, they are happening every single day, but we yet do not know what's the real impact, for example, on commercial activities. Because obviously you are not going to go to a bank and say to me, ask them a question, what's the impact of recent GNSS disturbances on your network? How really you are going to be affected by that? Of course, there's lots of commercial sensitivity inside of it. So you have to be very sensitive when it comes to discussions and product or definition of any activities around it. So definitely, there's a lot of things to be done. There's a lot of market knowledge and market opportunities for you, but you have to check it and you have to find it. Nevertheless, the market is still there. And it's nice when you have a chance to demonstrate, for example, a new product, when you can have a chance to see that there's a nice opportunity, there's a nice advantage over what's available. In some cases, there's nothing available as a backup. So it's another crazy thing that can happen. And I feel that this is one of the nice opportunities here for Poland. There is a big external pressure right now happening to our borders, which also impacts our commercial activities. Let's use it to our advantage. Let's use our creativity and find new products and services that will not compete with each other. They will be complementary to each other, and because of that, we'll have a nice knowledge that could be potentially global in use in the future.
Thank you, Krzysztof. And Pia, thank you so much for joining us here in Poland. I hope the visit is beneficial for you, that you made some interesting connections. Please tell us about Aurora Tech and what you do in crisis management.
Yeah, thank you very much. So thanks a lot for the invitation. The city of Gdańsk is very, very beautiful, and I will spend a few days after this to go and see maybe one or two other places around Poland. So super exciting and a lot of interesting contacts. I'm Pia Feuerstein from Aurora Tech, which is a German company, as we mentioned. So I'm the reason this panel is taking place in English. We've been founded in 2018 in Germany and just recently surpassed 100 employees, so growing quite well. And we do detection of thermal anomalies from orbit. So this can be, in our case, it's in most of the cases fires, but this can also be analytics related to everything else that is thermal anomaly, industrial activity, urban heat, droughts. And we do this by using publicly available satellite data, but also our own satellite data. So we have two sensors already launched to space, one last year and one 2 years ago. Very small satellites, only 8 units, so under 20 kilos, equipped with long wave and mid wave infrared, which is perfect for detecting fires. So we can detect a fire from a size 4 times 4 meters globally. And what is important for us is not only building the satellites, but also going down the value chain up until what the customer actually can use. So this is exploiting the data, for example, via programs like Copernicus contributing missions, which were a partner since last year, make the data available to the different institutes and Copernicus services that are involved in the program, but also developing analytics tools that customers can use, for example, a burned area analysis, or we're developing a fire spread model at the moment. All these tools and bring it together for the customer in a way that they can use it. So we have developed a wildfire solution platform that many of the customers we have that want to protect their forest assets already use. And we integrate publicly available satellite data, but also our own. But we can also use the analytics tools that we have to integrate it in any platforms that they already use. So sometimes they would prefer having a solution that we put together for them, but sometimes they already have a lot of different tools they use, and we can just integrate ours as an additional data input.
I see, but explain us a little bit more in practice, because the problem usually with satellite data is the time resolution. So how quickly you are able to detect the fire. You mentioned something 4 by 4 meters, but in practice, let's say the fire starts in the forest nearby. What is the process, and why it is important to have this information quickly?
Mm-hmm. So it's especially important for areas that are very big. So for example, a customer we have that we work closely with is in Quebec. So they have a very, very large area that they have to monitor, and they are not really able to do that with other means because it's just too big to monitor it with cameras, for example, or with drones. And oftentimes customers like them, they do overflights by planes. However, if the fire is escalating very quickly and there is a lot of smoke generated, then it can be very dangerous to fly. So that's something where satellite data can bring a lot of value. However, I would say the most value always comes by combining these means and not only trying to substitute them. So usually our customers, they would still, of course, do overflights in a combination at times where no other satellite might pass, for example. So for us, we really try to fill gaps. So especially in the afternoon, there is no other satellites passing, but most of the fires emerge around 3 p.m. So that's why this is a gap that we want to close next year with the satellites we're launching next year, to make this gap a little bit smaller and kind of complement with the data that's already there.
I see. And if I remember correctly, you were part of Cassini matchmaking. Was it valuable for you to connect to other companies? What was, let's say, your experience, your value out of it?
Yeah, we participated multiple times also in events from Cassini Matchmaking, and it was always a great experience. I mean, we have raised Series A and then a Series A extension already, and it was super helpful to get some more visibility to investors as well and exchange with investors, maybe also investors that we haven't met before, not only European investors as well, but also more international. And at the moment we're raising our Series B, so this has also been already helpful so far. So we'll see, but yeah, we intend to close the Series B quite soon.
Thank you. So we have the first introduction of all the companies, and now I would like to direct a few questions, and feel free to answer whoever wishes to. So we were speaking about the use of satellite data in critical technologies, in crisis management. So we spoke about prevention, about reaction when the event happens, and about forecasting the future events. There are many aspects to crisis management. So how do you see the market? Where is the value today? What is the maturity in terms of on the user side? Where you kind of strategically target your efforts right now, and how do you see it will change in the future? Who wants to start? Evelina, please.
I can start. So I think that the need of solutions like this will be growing, because climate change is like the main driver of climate instability. So events, these natural events like droughts, floods, wildfires, are more and more often, unfortunately. So I think that more and more verticals will be interested in gaining some kind of solution for this. So I think that maturity of this market is growing, and our customers also are asking for these solutions. That's why we are going to release new indicators, better indicators than previously, to evaluate the risk of droughts, floods, etc. on our platform.
So risk assessment and impact assessment, this is more or less your strength right now?
Yes, for now, yes.
And in your case, PA is more response, right? So do you see the potential also there?
Yeah, so early detection is an important factor, especially, as I said, for widespread areas where not the neighbor can immediately call if it's burning somewhere, but also helping to give the forces insights about where to move next in order to tackle a fire. So that's why we're developing fire spread models to, in the time where there is no new data insights available, just find a way to estimate where the fire is moving to help with actionable insights right when they have to make a decision about where to.
So we can say that basically the full process of crisis management can be supported by satellite data, satellite hardware, and so on. But are we ready? I understand technologically we are ready, but is there a maturity in terms of a customer understanding of the value? Where do you see the challenges?
Personally, I'm quite afraid that it's a very, very tight market that is typically a B2G market. And this might be a big challenge. Because, well, first of all, you might operate on tenders, and it might not be so easily to overcome some documentary and administrative burdens that will be difficult simply to overcome. Secondly, if the market is driven by accidents, incidents, and so on, it might not be a nice place for innovations. It might be something to just fulfill some of the answers. So there might be some challenges here. As in every niche, in every technological niche, there might be some problems. That's why I feel that the best way might be to see what are the commercial opportunities around any kind of response, civilian or commercial response to any kind of damages, especially, for example, industrial damages, where you could work around it, and then potentially have a kind of a spin-off or fork that could serve to the B2G market. But on its own, when it comes to B2G activities, there's always a challenge. And I feel that it might be always a problem how to nicely fit into those activities, and how good will it be when you have a solution that might serve one customer per year, for example, and that customer might not experience anything bad during that year. So they might not be happy, for example, to continue a contract next year. And then if something bad happens next year, you might not be on board because they have not secured the contract with you and they will secure contract with someone else. So there's a lot of challenges that might be specific just for this niche.
Yeah, I agree with Krzysztof regarding the public tenders. This might be a blocking point for smaller companies where at the beginning the requirements might be set very, very high. You have to provide your financial statements, you have to provide insurance policy and references and so on. Nevertheless, at least in our case, issues related to jamming threats were always. This was always a problem. But right now, especially when since the war on Ukraine has started, the problem rised. The jamming is mainly from the Russia side is stronger and more aggressive. I think most of us can see it. It affects critical infrastructure. It affects also managing the crisis management operations, where sometimes it might be difficult to establish the proper communication link or location of the units involved in field in some operations. In case of denied of GNSS service, drones cannot fly, because this is the main source which is used for the navigation purposes. So there are some obstacles. However, in case of B2B market, it should be much easier, because especially in transport and logistics companies see the value. Today, by the way, we heard some examples regarding the transport issues. So I think from one side, we're supposed to convince governmental customers to innovations to this kind of solutions. And from the other side, try to generate the revenue on the cooperating with the commercial customers.
So we can say that the risk of armed conflicts actually also creates some business opportunities for you, and you are innovative enough to take this opportunity, it seems.
Yeah, for sure it helped. From one side, the conflict is always a threat. For instance, in case of availability of the electronic components, yes, but from the other side, it creates sales opportunities.
Evelina, you mentioned that apart from governmental customers, you also target insurance companies, banks. According to our market intelligence, banking and insurance should become 20% of the overall market of satellite data. So there is definitely a huge potential there. How do you see the maturity in this type of customers? Do you have to educate them, or do they actively search for solutions? And then I will also ask Pia to complement that.
To be honest, it's a very difficult question for me, as I'm not responsible for sales. But from what I know, yes, it's quite difficult market, especially before UDR, because UDR changes I know that it is not what you are asking about, but UDR in general changes a little bit, looking at the Earth observation data and tracking the forestry, etc. But also with the risk assessment. But we are more like educating insurances company, but they are still asking and they are talking to us and they are interested in knowing more about the risk assessment.
Just to explain to the audience, EUDR is a new regulation of European Union that is requiring
proving that
traders,
the company that wants to sell some products in European Union do not cause deforestation after 2021.
So this regulation really stimulated the use of satellite data because it was one of the source of information mentioned in the regulation. So it's another opportunity. Pia, maybe you can just comment on the insurance market. How do you see the maturity?
So for us, we also have a mix of governmental or public customers and commercial customers. The commercial customers that we're addressing are, however, more commercial forestry. For example, one customer is a paper production company, so they are protecting their forests for that purpose, but also governmental forestry. And I wanted to add also in terms of government or government agency customers that we also understand or have the pain of fulfilling tenders. But I do think that the climate is changing a little bit in a sense over the past years, in a sense that there are more and more opportunities coming up that make it a little bit easier to work together with ESA or with the European Commission. I mean, we are part of the InCube program, and we will launch the platform and satellite we developed, co-financed by InCube in October. We're also part of Copernicus contributing missions, offering our data to Copernicus services. And both of those are, I think, programs that show that ESA is trying to make an effort to make these programs more accessible for startups and maybe reducing certain reporting efforts while still sticking to the important quality assessments and things like that. So that's something we really, I think, see changing.
So if I have to summarize the panel, I would say a lot of challenges, but great spirit, great technology, and a lot of persistence to make the change in the market. So thank you very much. My guests were Pia Feuerstein from Aurora Tech, Krzysztof Kanawka from Blue Dot Solutions, Przemysław Iskrzak from Rectangle, and Ewelina Domagała from Orbify. Thank you.
Very much. Thank you, Justyna. Thank you, I appreciate it. Thank you. All right, so I'd like you to hear from somebody special. And now I'll actually switch to Polish. Pułkownik Rafał Borek. Przywitajmy.
And now it's Colonel Rafał Borek again with us. He was summarizing the day yesterday, and again he will talk to us. So everything that's well ends well, and everything comes to an end. I would like to give my words of appreciation on the part of the director of the Polish Space Agency. It was not easy to stay here with this nice weather outside. I would like to thank all the institutions and entities that supported us in organization of this first conference. All the drawbacks I hope you will forget and you will remember this event as a very well organized and fruitful meeting. I would like to thank our expositors, those who presented their products outside. It was very hard to do it under this sun. I wanted to thank the regional services, regional authorities, and I hope that it's not the last time we have conference together. We'd like to continue these events. So I invite you to next edition of our conferences, and we are happy to see that there is growing awareness. I will not refer to everything that has been said during this conference, but we are very happy that the awareness of the importance of the space sector, of these technologies, is growing. And you are the proof of that. Your presence here is proof of that. Thank you very much, and see you again. Thank you very much. I want to thank our partners, main partner, InvestGDA, and the other partners. You will see their names on the screen. It's Marshal Office of the Pomorskie Province, European Agency for the Space Program. It was good to have you on board, and patrons of this event, Marshal Office of the province, the Ministry of Digital Affairs, Ministry of Internal Affairs and Administration, Mayor of the Gdańsk, and Government Center for Security. It wouldn't be possible with you, with our excellent public. Thank you for all the questions, for your involvement, for talks during the coffee breaks. Thank you for all. Thank you for our interpreters and all the technical staff, photographers, the agency that organized a large part of these events, and the scene. So all the people involved, we would like to thank them. And we also are grateful to the team of Polish Space Agency for the courage, involvement, and determination. I think it's very inspiring also to me. And I think, well, I hope, as the Colonel does, that it was not the last time we see each other. Thank you very much, and for those who watched us online as well, see you again.